A pleasant good morning to our viewers. Welcome to the Cumberland playing field here in St. Vincent and Grenadines on the western side of SVG. Welcome, warm welcome, good morning to all local, regional and international who are viewing this broadcast. It's the Windward Islands Senior 50 Over Tournament taking place here in St. Vincent. Of course, we had a wrong one. My name is Stanley Hines. Yesterday we had a wrong one. St. Vincent defeated Dominica at the Sign Hill playing field, that is in close to Kingstown. And here at the Cumberland playing field, St. Lucia defeated Grenada. Dominica got 103 and St. Vincent 104 for 2. And that was at Sign Hill. And here at Cumberland, St. Lucia got 334 for 9 from their 50. Grenada 195 from 38.3 overs. Warm welcome, and my brother, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Hines. Welcome to Cumberland. I know you're not residing in this area, a man who frequent the area, but I must welcome you as a person who's officially from the area. And it's good to see cricket back here in this region. The Grenadians will come out this morning as defending champion, looking to get a win in their bag, as well as Dominica, who was defeated yesterday by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, the teams are out there in the middle. Umpires are Mrs. Afron Bayam from here, SVG, and Johan Williams, St. Lucia. Match referee is Selwyn Allen. Of course, the news is that Grenada won the toss and have inserted Dominica. I haven't had a look at the pitch myself. It appears to me as if it's a good batting track. Early on, you can see the preparation moisture. I can tell you, I can definitely see it. As a question, how well they're going to cope. I would say in the first 10-15 overs with the ball that expected to seam around based on the preparation moisture, dependent on the line and the length delivered by the Grenadian fast bowlers.
Well, talking about the line and length, we see Shaman Lewis with ball in hand. He started off things yesterday very well for Grenada, and I believe this is the reason why he would again. He's one of the first line attack for the Grenadians. He got some early scalps yesterday, and that put St. Lucia on the back foot a bit in the first set of the power play. However, it was when that moisture that you talked about evaded the track, then is when St. Lucia set themselves to bat and got to that moment total. So it will be interesting to see how they approach this morning.
Yeah, the approach is vital here in the early stages, and it depends on Grenada should, from what I'm seeing, if they're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, they should go a little bit on the attack in the earlies.
Yes, they should, and that's why the captain would have opted there for a slipper. There's a floating, what should I say, a floating second to third slip. Like there's a third man, that's the other fielder that is on the outside the first 30-yard circle and this deep square. So the option will be there might be a bouncer to come in the over.
Yes, so you have a slip, what they call it, a floating slip, if you want to call it, somewhere between second and third slip there. There's a gully, third man, square cover, straightish extra cover, mid off, mid on, wide. Shortish long leg, if you want to call it that, and a deep square leg. I find that position very strange, that long leg. Normally conventional cricket, they tend to be back, and then the square leg comes up. Right. So it'll be interesting to see what type of tactics they'll use. Maybe you may be right in terms of some short.
Yes, and it could be also a ploy to left in the batsman mind that he's going to bowl short and then maybe try a different strategy.
Well, it's their thinking. They're out in the field. They're the ones that make the decisions, not us. We can only describe what they're doing. So,
the first ball of today's encounter, just that line where he was nagging yesterday, that's the area that got the St. Lucian batsman, the opening batsman, in a bit of bother all up yesterday. So there's where he starts again this morning. Interestingly, in yesterday's encounter, after about the 35th over, he went off a brief moment, Shaman Lewis. He went off with a slight injury to his left arm, and he came back on but never bowled after that. This is a good running. So off the mark, Dominica with push down the ground, and this is something that would be important, Mr. Hines, to have the ball, the batsman rotating the strike, even if they within the 30-yard circle here.
So that is Theophile who is off the mark there, and they bring the right hand and right-handed. Didn't quite get the number. Did you get the number of the other opening batsman?
Four.
Number 4. That would be Malachi Xavier. So it's Xavier who will be facing Lewis from the northern of Chateaubriand, and as we see, Lewis into bowl to this one. He clips this one nicely in the air. Gonna get drop shot in a man. There should be 2 easy runs there. Unfortunately, they were ball watching, and they ended up at 1. But certainly that was 2 easy runs.
Yes, I think Xavier was already on the alert for the second, but Theophile was not up to it. And this is something that will have to be determined earlier on, the communication between the wickets. You don't want a cluster of runouts to put you back on the back foot all in these.
Yeah, but clearly it was 2 easy runs.
It was. I agree with you.
Lewis in. Outside the off stump, certainly a bit of variation, a slow delivery, played through the shot before the ball arrived. That's Theophile. And it dropped just before they met the Grenadian wicket keeper, who is, we'll have to get it right, it is
Charles.
Charles it is?
Yeah.
That will be Kem Charles. As it's Lewis. For our listeners, viewers, it's not a real bright, sunny day, so to speak. A lot of dark clouds. I'll get back to that after this delivery from Lewis. From this to northern end, in. Outside the off stump, and that a bit of bunks. Again, lack of pace, I would say, on that delivery. He played too early, and he played under it, and the total remains 2 outlaws. But yes, I was saying, but the weather is not really a hot, sunny day. It's overcast. Doesn't appear to will have any rain, but it's overcast. In that area where the rain normally comes from, the Spring Village area. And we're just hoping, keeping our finger crossed, that with absolutely no wind blowing, you'll be able to go over. Lewis in. Outside the off stump, certainly that one is a much quicker one, but it is wide, so wide that umpire Bayam had no hesitation in signaling a wide. It's 3 without loss. As I was saying, with no wind blowing, we're just hoping that the dark clouds will drift to the west, and with the sea very close by, not too early to have a sea bath. And certainly a wonderful, wonderful setting here at Cumberland. Lovely greenery, foliage around the place. Really, really magnificent setting here as we bring this commentary from the Cumberland playing field. As I said, from the Chateaubriand end, the northern end, as we look down on the field itself. Right arm fast medium, Lewis in. Outside the off stump, allow it to go through to the keeper. It's the end of over number 1, 3 without loss, a watchful start.
Well, yes, it is important, and I'm not too sure. I mean, pick your experience and brain in this one in terms of senior men putting up their hands and taking responsibility. We know Theophile has been there for a while playing for Dominica. What sort of boarding? I don't want to put it as that extra, if that is too much of a strong word to use. But what sort of load should he carry up in the top here, batting for Dominica?
Well, he should recognize his responsibility and try to bat for as long as possible. That's basically how I'll put it. He must come to grips with his position on the team, senior man on the team. I have to stay here for as long as possible for my country. But getting back to the team, we didn't give the teams. Dominica, Hodge and Benjamin, captain, Kavem Hodge, Tyrone Theophile, Malachi Xavier, Jesnian Alexander, Brian Joseph, Jed Joseph, Taj Taffinier, Stephen Pascal, Vincent Lewis, and Jelon Tyson. Those are the playing 11. Those extras are Delaney Alexander, Casimir Benjamin, and Kyron Phillip. And for Grenada, it's Daniel Cyrus, Sherman Lewis, Darren Ned, Teddy Bishop, Nicholas Redhead, Shondell Regis, Johan Jeremiah, Devonny Joseph, Kurt Murray, Kem Charles, and Ryan John. So this one that must be a wide. This one number, we got to get the number right.
Redhead, Nicholas.
That's Redhead. You got to get the number right. It says Redhead, trying to maybe to test the pitch. He bounced it, a tennis type bounce over the head of everybody and to the keeper. Call a wide 4 without loss, but certainly not a good start. Or maybe he's trying to see what the pitch has in it. I'm not too sure. But it's a wide. You give away a single rather than looking for that line, that length. You try to hit it into the pitch and it flew everyone's head. Redhead from the northern end, right arm fast medium. This one a much better line, much better length. Just there about middle and off. Pushes this one out to mid on and there is no run. 4 without loss. Grenada having won the toss and inserted Dominica. They lost their game yesterday to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Grenada lost their game here to St. Lucia. As we're saying, we're hoping that the weather will hold and just allow cricket to go right through. But it's a nice condition for seamers to bowl in if you really want your salt. As you read it in. This one, certainly that one had some lift in it. Outside the off stump, and he played at it and through to the keeper. No run, but certainly that one had some lift.
Excellent. And to inform our viewers, Nicholas Redhead, he got a 5-wicket haul yesterday, and that River End is where he started his exploit, and he came back from this southern end and got 3 from this end as well. So it will be interesting to see how much overs he get in from that River End, where the bunks and the track. Also for the viewers, we did not use this track yesterday. Well, this one balloon in the air, and there you go.
I think the bunks, as I said before, that one was on target, and Malachi Xavier playing with a bottom hand hit the outer portion of the bat and flew to the man at deep gully, and he's on his way back to the pavilion here. Dominica having been inserted to bat, losing their first wicket, 4 for the loss of 1.
Well, and that's what we were talking about, that extra bounce that comes from the River End. There you see, even though Xavier is a tall player, he got to the top of the bat and he was able to spoon to the man there at deep gully, as you made mention, and allowed Dominica to lose their first wicket. All the inroads here for Grenada just as it started.
Yes, and I said that delivery had a bit of bounce on target, and he didn't defend it as well as he should have. Played it as bottom hand rather than attempt to check it, and he spooned it to gully, and as a result of the excessive bounce, he is back on his way to pavilion, and Grenada striking early, removing Xavier for 2, I think it is 2, 4 for the loss of 1. The new man in is Stephen Pascal. We saw him here playing West Indies under 19 tournament for about 2 or 3 years, and he looks a very promising player from what I saw, from what I can assess of him.
Yes, Stefan has had a long stint. As a matter of fact, we could also deem him as a Vincentian. I've seen him here at least about 4 or 5 times for the year. But the thing with it is that he's accustomed playing here as well at Cumberland, so he should have some sort of knowledge of the ground, how it played. He has played version in the lower junior versions, and what is important is that he apply himself. He has scored an 80 run right here at Cumberland for Windwards, and he should be able to get that experience. Not a vast amount, but experience stands the same.
And also what is vital, he must recognize his role. He is the West Indies captain. He captained the team that went to Sri Lanka recently. So he recognizes he does have some leadership ability. So let's see how he's going to cope with this situation. Redhead from the southern or Kingston end. This one outside the off stump, a bit of pace. Lost his line there, too wide. Taken cleanly by wicketkeeper. Is 5 for the loss of 1. That's Devonny Joseph, the wicketkeeper. Yes.
And what is important to note is that Xavier was a left-hander, so he has to adjust now to the right-hander. Yeah, Redhead was the one who took the wicket. And
In he comes. This one again, a bit of bounce, but right on target, and so defended well is Pascal. Right on target, right on the middle stump, a bit of lift. Certainly we are seeing that lift from Redhead from the southern or the Kingston end or whatever you want to call it. But certainly the Dominican batsmen have to cope with this excessive bounce we're seeing here, which I am in total agreement for. Rather than have a pitch with variable bounce, if you know it is bouncing, you can afford to play the horizontal shots, the cut and the hook. But it's all it is. As Redhead in, bowl. But again, this one outside the off stump, lifting again, but too wide. Pascal will pick the line up and allow this one to go through to the wicket keeper, that's Joseph. Another extra 6 for the loss of one. Grenada haven't been inserted to bat here. Dominica have been inserted to bat by Grenada. And certainly what Redhead needs to do is to have control and keep those balls with that bounce more on target, on line, rather than spraying it all over the place. Because clearly you can see it all over here. Pleasant conditions as Redhead from the southern end or the Kingston end in. This one pitched up and driven by Pascal out to mid-off, and there is no run. A confident shot indeed by Pascal on top of it and drove it sweetly out to mid-off, and there is no run. The first one we have actually seen him pitched up. The others have been back of a length, lifting because of the bounce. And if he can really control that is line much better, he will pose even greater problems. As you see, Redhead from the southern Kingston end. Passes umpire Williams. This one on his leg stump and the bounce again, but Pascal tucks it out on the onside square leg. He's off the mark. The one is the end of over number 2. It's 7 for 1. Dominica batting haven't been inserted to bat.
And clearly, it appears to be that Stefan knows his role here and very watchful. A mixed bag in terms of the bowling. Has a couple of wides in it, but it's your first over, and you will try to get adjustment quickly. There is no time in this tournament to allow balls to bowl, overs to bowl in length. But Stefan seems to be very alert as to what is required of him. And we noticed those 2 shots that he played there. Seems like he wanted to bat there for a long time.
It's all it is, and you have to cope with whatever is served up by the Grenadian seamers. As we see, number 83, that's Lewis. Sherman Lewis, I think is his name. Sherman Lewis. He picking it up from the northern end, or what we may even say the Dominican end, which is Dominica to the north of us. As Lewis, right arm fast medium. This one on the leg stump and tucked away quite nicely by Pascal. Looked very competent indeed as those 2 shot off his legs. Another single is total up to 8 for the loss of 1 over number 3. But certainly those 2 shots, it seems to be giving me the impression that he's a man in form.
It's true. Clearly, he is not only in form, but he, as I made mention, he's alert as to what his role is. I am tempted to ask you if you're in as a, I know you're more of your regulatory feeling.
Lewis from the northern end in, pitched up, and Theophile opened the face and ran it down to that man at a squarish on the offside close to a gully, and the total remains 8 for the loss of 1.
Right, to come back to my question, you're a conventional cricketer, and I know that, I respect that. But do you believe in unorthodox fields, like fields that are not in the textbook? For example, we see Stefan Pascal, he liked to tuck it off his hip. The 2 shots that he played and got runs for them, he tucked them off his hip and dropped them somewhat of a square leg, short square leg. Would you?
Lewis from the northern end in. This one outside the off stump, and Tyrone Theophile essaying a big shot. Certainly that one seemed away from him. Certainly seemed away. And ill-advised at this early stages of innings. He is in long enough to recognize there's some bunks and there are going to be some movements, early morning moisture, and certainly an uncalled for a shot at this particular point in time. It's very early in the innings.
Yes, and what I understand is 50 overs. They have a long way to go. We see Shadrach Descartes yesterday came in and at a very crucial point and bat long and made 150. And then as an experienced batsman, he can stay there and exploit the innings and get as much runs as possible.
Lewis in from the northern end, pitched up, beautiful delivery right in the black hole, and Theophile duck it out. It's really a very good delivery, and Tyrone Theophile equal to the task, dug it out to the mid on, and he collects a single. He's up to 2, and certainly very good delivery there indeed from Sherman Lewis. But you were asking a question a while ago.
Right, I was asking, do you if you are the captain there, would you have placed the man at the short square leg for that straight delivery that will come straight to the stumps? Lewis is bowling that off some line, but there's that one that comes straight, and Stefan will get in line and just tuck it for an easy single to the square leg. As a person who believes in opportunities.
Lewis from this and other end. Second slip has gone in. Outside the off stump, you can see the lateral movement. Certainly pitch outside and moved away. But there's a difference here. Pascal allowed this one to go by as against Theophile, who played an uncalled for a shot. And good common sense prevailed on the part of Pascal as Dominica tried to recover, having lost Xavier very early in the previous over. Certainly, we've seen this lateral movement. Clearly, it's visible. And once you worth your salt in terms of batting, once you pick the lineup, you must recognize that the ball is seaming away from you. Does he have an in-swinger? I'm not too sure. In. This one again picked up the line, and again, good common sense through to the keeper. And credit must be given to Pascal by not being tempted to play any big shot at those deliveries, because he recognizes seaming the ball away. The only problem he may have is if he can bring it back, he may have some problems. But we have not seen that as yet. It's the end of over number 3. It's what? Score 9-1? 9-1.
Yes, and it is important that with this 3 runs per over that the Dominicans do not get disgruntled at the scoring rate. They have to set themselves in, and the condition is a bit overcast. See a little bit of dew out into this condition, but nothing to disrupt the game so far. And this is what they will have to do.
Now, Redhead from the wicket taker from the southern end. Outside the off stump, and here we see Theophile again playing an expansive shot. Missed, not taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, and ill-advised attempt at trying to score.
Well, we know Theophile as a batsman who likes to get things going, and once he get bat onto ball, he hits them very hard, and I believe that is what he's backing. He's backing his strength to get it past this inner circle, the 30-yard circle.
Redhead from the southern end passes umpire Williams. This one bang and tackle, and somebody will be run out here, or should be run out. My goodness gracious. Well, look at confusion here, Cosnell. I cannot believe for the life of me that Pascal is run out. I cannot believe. Here it is. The delivery pitched on Theophile's middle stump. He pushed it out on the onside. Pascal kept running down. Theophile stood his ground. He didn't move. There was a throw at the stump, missed, and he was down here wondering, speaking to Theophile when he should have been looking to get back to his crease. And when he did attempt to get back to his crease, he was way, way short. And Grenada happy to see the back of Pascal, and what a disaster here for Dominica.
Wow. Speaking of that disaster, it is something I hardly could even talk about, because it is poor cricket. That's how I could describe it. Poor cricket on behalf of the Dominicans. Clearly, there wasn't a single there. The ball was struck very hard to the fielder. The non-striker is tearing up the track to the striker, and he's nowhere ready for the single.
Dominica 9 for 2, and certainly uncalled for a run out there. There's no ifs and there's no buts about it, because the basic in running between the wickets is such that Theophile should have been the one to call and say yes, no, or wait. Those are the three basic tenets of running between the wicket. And he didn't say, well, apparently he didn't say yes, no, wait. And Pascal came running down and he stopped about 3/4 of the way. And the fielder, rather than go into the stumps first time and just take off the bail, had a shot at it, missed when both batsmen were way in the other crease. And then a little bit of a fumble from the player who retrieved the delivery. And he had enough time to run into the stumps and dislodge the bail while Pascal was attempting to get back, and it's too late. And Dominic have lost a wicket that they should not have lost. Anyway, 9 for 2 Grenada. Happy about it, though. This one to Theophile, short lifting, and Theophile looking to play that horizontal shot. End up in tennis, like a backhanded slap, and it ended up and mid off. How it got there, I'm not too sure. But certainly, again, Theophile floating with danger. To be very honest, it's too early in the game to be playing these high-risk shots. Redhead from the southern end, in. This one, much better defense there by Theophile. More orthodox, more like it. Online, they defended quite nicely. And this should be his approach. Recognize that Pascal is gone. Should realize, look, I have to try and bat the 50 overs. What is the hurry about? There's no need to hurry. There's a lot of overs to bat. We're into over number 4. 50 overs to bat. Yes, the ball is seaming about a bit. Redhead is getting the ball to bounce from the southern end. You just have to dig deep. As Redhead in. This one again. Here it is. More confusion. What is really going on out there, Cosnell? I just don't understand it. Here it is, forward defensive, out to mid off, running in, close to it, and he was steering, going down. Lucky did not reach the point of no return. I was able to get back. Totally uncalled for.
Well, it appears that communication is a problem with the Dominicans here. They're not getting, is that he's pushing out the ball very hard, so it gets to the fielder quicker. If you are to, because the fielder in middle and mid off, they're very deep. So what you have to do is to play it soft in order to evade the bowler through his follow through. Then you get a single.
It's 1 to Redhead, from Redhead, striking him on the pad, down too long like we shot. The end of an eventful over. 9 for the loss of 2 after 4 overs. And certainly Dominica needs to improve their running between the wickets, because certainly they could have had a second run out in the space of same over.
Well, it's called communication here. I must say, I know the people of Dominica are good communicators, but I don't know what is happening here in the cricket version of it.
Yes, and Tyrone Theophile seemed to be the man at fault, because there's a lot of overs to bat. This is the 4th over. There's 46 overs to be bowled. Steady and bat and build an innings for his country. Bat and bat and bat. That is what he needs to do. Because at the end of the day, with the moisture that will eventually leave the pitch, batting should become a bit easier.
It will.
You just need to bat through this period. That's all he needs to do. And put a total in the score, on the scoreboard, so that the rest of the batting will be able to say, yes, right, it isn't that difficult as we saw all. Yes, the preparation more say, yes, the ball is seaming, but he's an experienced player. He should be demonstrating something far better. This one, the cool, calm, and level-headed Hodge and Benjamin, the captain, defended quite nicely. That one from Sherman Lewis is 9 for 2 into over number 5. And Dominica on the back foot here against the Grenadian seam attack and Sherman Lewis and Redhead. That's Nicholas Redhead. 9 for 2. Certainly early inroads. There's a question away by the Dominican batters need to dig deep, stay in. Benjamin played a very good innings yesterday, albeit only 21, but he stayed a long time at the crease, and he really showed up the rest of the batting despite the little difficult conditions. But he really had a good little resolute knock yesterday. And that last delivery there from Lewis outside the off stump, and again it's seaming away, and the left-handed Benjamin allowed it to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 9 for 2 Dominica batting over number 5. Over number 5. Still in the power play. They're under pressure. There's a need for them to rebuild. Just rebuild the innings. Lewis in. Outside the off stump, and Benjamin head right over the ball. Everything in place. Using that vertical bat out to cover, and there's no run. Certainly he has a good head for what I saw yesterday. And if he can demonstrate that today in this situation, not that it's difficult to bat, and it's just you have to use your head. Be mentally on top of things, and you'll be able to overcome this period.
Which leads me to ask you now, how is it that the coaches, the managers, instill that patience into the players, the top order batsmen?
Lewis from this the northern end, the Shatibilea end as we know it, the Trumaka end. This one outside the leg stump, and seemed to have gotten either the glove or the pad or something in it, but a very good stop there by wicketkeeper Joseph. And there's no addition to the total, but certainly keeping the pressure on the Dominican team. The thing about it, my understanding, because I also questioned it, understanding one of the greatest problems they have with the coaches and so on is the execution by the players themselves. That is what I've been made to understand. As Lewis into Benjamin, outside the off stump, driving that seam movement, took the outer portion, but it fell short of the man at that range on that second slip, if you want to call that. Fall shot there by Benjamin, but I think the movement is what created the problem. But certainly it was a very good delivery again there from Lewis. Certainly asking a lot of questions of the Dominican batsmen. 9 for the loss of 2 into over number 5. Grenada keeping the pressure on Dominica Kimmett. This one outside the leg stump, and again attempted to turn that one maybe again off the thigh pad or something of the sort, and taken cleanly by the keeper. No appeal. The end of a very, very good over indeed from Lewis from this northern end. 9 for 2 after 5 overs. Dominica under pressure, but here it is the experience of Theophil, the level-headed Jen Benjamin, to try to bat Dominica out of this situation that they are presently finding themselves into.
Right, and as we can see, the sun is back out, and it's glowing. So what will happen here now with this sun out? The batting should become easy as quick as this moisture leaves the chalk, and even though it is two balls the umpires are using, you know, as time goes on, the ball get easier to bat.
Redhead from the southern end in. Here's Theophil right on top of it. Defended it quite nicely out on the onside. Total remain 9 for 2 into over number 6. It's the sort of period that tests the fortitude of Theophil and Benjamin. He doesn't look as secure as one will expect, because he's given the opposition that ray of hope by some of the shots that he is attempting.
But not only that, but run out opportunities as well.
As well, yes, as Redhead in to Theophil. This one, good judgment prevailed this time. Outside the off stump, looking to play, but he withdrew the bat and allowed it to go through. Good judgment on his part. Seamed across him, through to the keeper, and there's no run. That is what we need to see from somebody who's been playing Reliance cricket for a long time. Common sense, use that common sense and bat properly. Get runs behind you, the batsman yourself. You need to get runs, individual runs, and your team will benefit as a result of your own performance. Good performance. This one striking him with a pad, but clearly outside the leg stump. From where we are sitting, we are not directly behind the stump, but from where we are, it seems to me to be pitching outside the leg. The appeal went up, and umpire negated it.
Yeah, we actually saw the movement of the keeper as well, so that could give you some hint of where the ball is going. He already angled down the leg side, but good going there by Nicholas Redhead. As you mentioned, Dominica really have to put down their head and bat this time.
Yeah, they need to put their heads down and try to fight their way out of this situation here. 9 for 2, over number 6, Redhead, in. And he's driving out to cover. No run, but certainly they're under a lot of pressure from some very good seam bowling from Redhead and Lewis.
Excellent, and that is what the Grenadians would have asked for from the opening pair. Don't allow freedom as if it's carnival time to just throw the ball all over this place, because quickly if you allow that, you will have to be having a lot of balls and good check, security tight kind of bowling, and that is something that Theophil will have to test now.
Redhead from the southern end to bowl to Tyrone Theophil. This one again, right on target. He can only defend out to mid-on, no run, but certainly this is some testing overs here by both Redhead and Lewis.
Yeah, and you made mention that the coaches, based on what you have found out, that the coaches said is the execution. But another thing that I want to question, but how do you, as a player, on the field is a different thing than what the coach gives you into the dressing room. So how do you mesh both the dressing room information from what is on the field? What is your experience after?
Redhead from the southern end again. Continue this excellent spell. In. Again, right on target. Maybe he has a penny put there and he's just hitting the ball right in the general area. Certainly, excellent over again. And Dominica under real pressure here against some very good bowling from the Grenadians. Redhead and Lewis, 9 for 2 from 6 overs, and certainly they're under a lot of pressure, and the mental fortitude is being tested. That is Theophil and Benjamin. They just need to sit there. There's a lot of overs to come, 44 overs to come. Sit there and bat and bat and bat. That's what they need to do.
Right, and do not get discouraged. It will get easier. There will be change of bowling. There will be a lot of different opportunities to come. So just hold a while.
Of course, 35 minutes has gone in the day's played. In preparation, more said the sun is out. If grandchildren ease out, as you mentioned earlier, about what transpired yesterday, where St. Lucia lost some quick wickets, but they able to rebound and score 300 and plenty. Lewis, Sherman Lewis, from this northern end. In. This one driven sweetly by Benjamin. Right half volley, and he drove it sweetly. But stopped at mid on by that number 19, which is Bishop, Teddy Bishop. But he has not really kicked on, as you know, from his early youth days, because he was really looking at a West Indies, senior West Indies place when he now started, but he seemed to have fallen off a little bit.
Well, the good thing about it, yesterday he made a 50 to put Dominica to that 195 run.
Lewis, in. This one outside the off man, guided there by Hodge and Benjamin down to shortish third man. And he's off the mark, and he deliberately placed that one to the left of the man as short third man. He's off the mark with one. It's 10 for the loss of 2. As I said, he's a resolute little individual, and we'll see how he copes if he gets this next over from Redhead, as against Tyrone Theophil, who seemed to have settled from the last over. He could do nothing more than defend. Didn't play any rash shots, and let's see how he's going to cope now with Lewis, who's coming in from the northern end, and we're definitely hearing a lot of chat out there where they're moving the long leg now from deep to short.
Well, actually, it was 3 men outside, so that would have been a no ball, because they have the deep square out and the third man, and then the final leg was out.
Yes, you heard the skipper saying, no, hold on, recognizing the third fielder was outside the circle. So he has to go back to his mark, and these are the kind of things you have to be on top of it. You must recognize 2-3 persons on the outside. You have to become knowledgeable about this game.
Game alertment.
Lewis from this northern end, in. Pitched up, and my goodness, hitting the inside portion of the bat and float wrong. The stumps down to long leg, that short long leg. And he gets another one. Says now 11 for the loss of 2. And tentatively, he pushed at it, took the inner portion of the bat and flew down to shortish long leg. 11 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is the hesitancy now creeping in between the runners. As
Well, this has to happen based on what transpired earlier.
yes.
And let's hope, from a Dominican standpoint, from cricket standpoint, they'll overcome the problem. In Iris Benjamin with a full face of the bat coming down that line, vertical, straight back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. But certainly, I like the approach of Benjamin.
Yes, I've watched him in the couple balls of back to Lewis, and he seemed very solid in his approach. And that I am here to take Dominica to a higher level of cricket, and I want to take myself as well to be recognized by the selectors. And that's what he's been very solid there at the opening start. But it will be interesting to see how we bat through Nicholas Redhead.
Yes, the Lewis will continue from this and another end. In outside the off stump, looking to play a big shot, hit the outer portion of the bat. I think the easing off of the pace from Lewis caught him, but it all along the ground, no run, 11 for the loss of 2. The thing about Lewis is he's captain of the team, and I believe he has recognized his responsibility as leader. He has to try and stamp his authority as the leader, and others bat around him. So he has a big task ahead of him on his shoulders. He's a diminutive little player. Let's hope it doesn't get to him and he batters well resolutely yesterday, maybe continuing today. He's not a big scorer, but he stays there, which gives hope. There's a field placing changes here now. There's a fly slip sort of short third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in. A full toss and driven sweetly to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Pitched up, and he lay weight into it to the left of the man at cover, to the right of mid-off, and it just got to the boundary here, but a fine shot there indeed by Benjamin. He's up now to 5, and Dominica up to 15. For the loss of 2 after 7. Really a fine shot indeed.
Yes, and what I like about that shot, is that he did not try to overhit it. It was a full delivery, and he just pierced the gap and allowed the quick outfield here to do the rest. And as you said, he's matching it. He's waiting on the loose ball, respect the good balls, and that will make you as a very watchful batsman in order to watch the game go on.
That's what we're seeing from him. Since yesterday I saw him, and I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing of his resoluteness. He's not going to give you that wicket. He's going to fight you. And this is what you need from a leader and from a top order batter. This one outside the off stump, lifting, and he called very quickly this time. A comfortable single. Lifting and Theophile, who got on top of it and pushed it out, and Benjamin called very quickly and he responded, and the single was comfortably taken, and it's now 16 for 2. Much better judgment there.
Excellent calling as well from it was loud. It echoed here in the commentary box, and that would have given Theophile that assurance that I am coming. So it also caught the Grenadians on their back foot as well, because they would not have expected them to take a single like that.
But at the end of it all, as you said, the key word is communication, as you quite already said. And the thing about it, the yes, no, wait. And he did say yes. And Theophile responded, which made life easy, comfortable single at the end of it all. All done and done properly. 16 for 2 Dominica over number 8. They're just going adjusted about 2 and over, but Redhead in. And this one striking him on the pad, but clearly from where we are here, it seemed to have cut across him, and I believe struck him outside the leg stump, but it's a good one that cut across him as he looked to stay on the back foot and play it. But certainly a good decision there by Williams.
Well, it clearly shows me as well that with the overcast, we have lost the sun a bit again, and it's overcast. And with that, it appears that Nicholas is bringing that ball into the left-hander, so which will create now some doubt in the mind of Benjamin.
All he needs to do is to bat on. Whatever the grenades are throwing at him, just bat on, bat on, bat on. Redhead, Nicholas Redhead from the southern end in. Benjamin on top of this one again, back of a length on top of it, defended it quite nicely, and showing that confidence there. showing the bowler the broad face of the bat. You're not going to get past it that easily. The previous one certainly seemed across him, and he struck outside the leg stump. But certainly, this little fella looks a good little batter to me.
Yes, and he also recognizes it's not a T20, it's a 50-over game, and he's applying that patience as well to his batting.
Nicholas Redhead from the southern end to bowl to Hodge and Benjamin. This one tickled beautifully on his body, and he got inside of it and worked it down to long leg. It was deep, and he gets another single, and the total raises up now to 16. 16 for the loss of 2. 17 for the loss of 2 over into over number 8. But gradually I must be very careful. They seemingly are gaining in confidence the longer they bat.
Yes, and that's what time at the crease will do. If we see now that some of, as you made mention, some of the expansive shot that Theophil would have played, now he's more in check as to realize that his skipper is there. He has to play, whether it's a vice captain or a senior man role in this team.
No, the vice captain is Kavem Hodge.
Kavem Hodge, okay.
Yeah, but he's the senior man, maybe the elder statesman in the team. Outside the off stump, and he's given his wicket away. He has given his wicket away. Outside the off stump, lift, and he placed it straight into the man's hands there at backward point. Certainly a gifted wicket, my goodness. Dominica, 17 for 3. They're in all sorts of contortions here. They have weathered the storm quite nicely for a period of time, and look, he just gifted his wicket away.
And again, that bounce, that extra bounce, he have already mastered the bounce in the last over, and it is surprising to see that he comes out now, and with the first delivery from this over, that extra bounce, he's a tall lad, so you cannot question if he has to get on top of it. He actually got it and just said, this is catch and practice for the man at point.
I like how you put it, catch and practice. It was easy catch and practice. We just making mention that he seemed to have overcome his early problems, and certainly look at what he did. It is a case of mental lapses. That delivery should easily been allowed to go by, because he allowed some to go by, and here it is, he played at this one, maybe one too many to leave, and he just gave the fielder, the Grenada fielding team, catch and practice. Certainly not one thing to do with the pitch itself. He gifted his wicket away. There's no ifs and there's no buts about it. So he has gone. It's 17 for the loss of 3. The new man in now is the vice captain. So what Dominic is hoping is that the captain and vice captain can stay there for a long period and bat and bat and bat. Kavem Hodge needs to come to this situation here and see what he can do for his country by staying there as long as there's 40 what? It's the 8 over, there's 42 overs to bat. Stay there as long as possible. You cannot make runs in the pavilion. That's a good old adage. You have to make it out in the middle. Let's hope from a Dominican standpoint he will stay there for a long period. Redhead to bowl to Kavem Hodge from the southern end. This one, very good delivery, right on target. The end of a very good over. Wicket taken over there from Redhead. Dominica in all sorts of early contortions. 17 for the loss of 3 after 8 overs.
Well, it's somewhat of a mirror innings from the Lucians yesterday, but it will be this partnership that will be crucial for the Dominicans to make sure that they get to a total that is somewhat reasonable. Yeah, so that they will be able to get a fight. They would want to win. They would want to come out. If they win this game, the Dominicans, it put Grenada, who is the defending champion, on the back foot. That every game thereafter they have to win. But what they're doing here, the Dominicans, is showing lack of temperament and patience and poor shot selection.
Yeah, certainly. There's no two ways about it. That's a gifted wicket. It's catch and practice, easier Sunday morning. Today's what, Wednesday? Wednesday morning. So he has gone 17 for 3. A change of bowling from the northern end. The skipper himself, Ryan John, he'll pick it up. He has been around Winter Lions cricket for a number of years, and I believe he'll look to bring and put his experience to bear on this situation here. Ryan John, all aware of him, big, strong individual in. outside the off stump and allow that one to go through to the keeper, Joseph, and there is no run. But certainly, we get the figures from our scorer in relation to Lewis. You need to get the figure. He bowled 4 overs and he took a.
The thing with, and that's the thing with Kevin Theophile, he just made 4 from 23 deliveries, which 23 deliveries is not really a vast amount, but you had enough.
Got what? 4 overs. Speak it.
4 overs, 1 with none for 11.
4-1, none for 11. A pretty good spell. Kept the pressure on the Dominican batsman. Ryan John. Outside the off stump and a naughty little attempt of trying to get some runs there, trying to run it down to third man, missed, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. Benjamin needs to really concentrate hard and see when you're at one end and see your senior batsman actually gifted his wicket away. It tends to have a mental effect on you, to be honest with you.
It does. Well, this partnership has to be crucial for Dominica.
Ryan John from the northern end in, outside the off stump and driven gloriously. It's going to have 1, the outfield 2. It was a good shot there by Benjamin, pitched up and he drove it sweetly between, similar to the boundary. He got in between the cover and mid-off. It wasn't struck as powerful as I really thought, but he resounded from the bat and he got 2 runs. But certainly a pleasant shot from him. Will lift his confidence level and hopefully lift the level of confidence of Kevin Hodge.
And as we see now, there has been some adjustments. They've brought an extra cover in for that drive, and he's somewhat on the square, we will say, on the square area where there's some practice pitches.
I think this is a defensive move. As John in, Ryan outside the off stump, on top of it, defended it quite nicely. A square cover point and there is no run. But certainly it is a defensive move because Dominic is on the back foot. You have removed the slip and put a defensive fielder in extra cover. I think it is defensive.
Well, I will go so for
opportunity. For another wicket?
Yes, because he appears that he likes to drive it. What? So then that's why he's short. So if the ball is to give that balloon bounce an extra bounce.
In. Outside the off stump again, he's right on target, defends it out to extra cover and there is no run. Yeah, but I'm saying to you, what can happen, the extra cover, the deep extra cover can easily come into that position and keep the slip in place. So in the event of any edge or anything of the sort, you're in business.
Well, I agree with you.
As I said, the execution is there. They're the ones who have to make the decision. They're out in the field, not us. We can only describe what we're seeing and from my own experience, I say how I see things. But outside the off stump and again bouncing and Benjamin on top of it, looking to cut that one down. Well fielded. Is the end of the 9th over. It's 19 for the loss of 3. Dominica struggling here at the Cumberland playing field. I say good morning, good afternoon, good night to viewers. Windward Island Senior Tournament being played here at the Cumberland playing field in the northwestern end of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Beautiful surroundings, foliage green. As you know, we had very dry weather for a couple of months, but within the last week or so, we have definitely had some rains, and we're thankful for the rain that has come and really made life a little more bearable from the heat.
So we're seeing the introduction of spin for the first time for the morning.
Get the bowling figures
Cyrus.
of Redhead.
Redhead 4 overs, 2 for 6.
Redhead 2 for 6. Really
Yes.
good spell.
Yeah, he put that pressure on to the Dominicans very quickly with the extra bounce and his pace as well. He's an experienced bowler for the Windward Island teams, so he would know what his work is and what is cut out for him.
So that's Cyrus from the southern end.
Yes.
Cyrus,
leg break bowler.
Well, you saw him yesterday. We've seen Cyrus, Daniel Cyrus.
Daniel Cyrus.
So what field does he have? A slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, 3/4 of the boundary long on, straightish mid wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. That is the feel. It's like at the end of over number 9, we into the first power play, the 10th over, being bowled by spin. Cyrus in. And here is Hodge driving, lovely shot through the covers. Flighted outside the off stump. He got in a approved position and actually drove it sweetly past the left of extra cover for two. He's off the mark with 2. 21 for the loss of 3. 21 for the loss of 3. Dominica trying to bat themselves out of this position that they found themselves, as Cyrus from the southern end outside the off stump, similar shot, and this one driven again. It may reach the boundary this time. 1, 2. We'll wait to see what really happens here. Flighted, and he drove it sweetly through the covers, and he collects 3 runs. Didn't quite reach the boundary. A good, very good effort by that fielder in the deep.
Yes.
And he tumbled over, and they got 3. 24, so Hodge up to 5. 24 for the loss of 3.
That's an excellent shot there by Hodge. He did not try to overhit it, more than just to use placement. And the good thing about it, it was always on the ground from the time it left the bat, so it takes out any sort of trouble for him.
Cyrus, 2 flighted deliveries that cost him 5 runs, all to Hodge. But certainly Hodge very positive with those shots. As you see Cyrus, the right arm leggy in. This one is a good one. That's the googly certainly, and it really bounced and turned and through to the keeper, no run. But certainly a good delivery, and Benjamin was completely beaten. Cyrus the bowl to Benjamin. This one a leg spinner, and you have to be careful, Mr. Hodge. Just turned it out on the onside. The man from a straightish mid wicket came in very quickly. He had to resort to his crease. 25 for the loss, 24 for the loss of 3, 24 for 3. Cyrus in. Back he goes, and he cuts that one away down to backward point, no run. Seemingly again the googly, and a second googly, and it's over. Back he went and played a positive shot.
Yeah, and the reason why he's bowling so much googly is that he has a pack offside. So clearly he's looking for the batsman to play on that side.
Cyrus in. This one looking to sweep that one, and you heard catch it. We're not too sure if there was a nick on it, but he has survived. It's the end of the first over. Interesting first over there from Cyrus, from spin.
Yes, a better contention, as you see the umpire signaling for the end of the power play.
Yeah.
And the 10th over, after the 10 overs, Dominica still in a spot of query. 24 for 3, going at 2.4s. So it will still be this partnership to see how long they could go into the innings.
Attack for Grenada here will be the skipper himself, Ryan John, rearranging his field. Well, let's see. He's not quite finished. There's no slip. There's a deep third man, backward point, sweep on the boundary, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. Fairly defensive field.
Yeah, that says that he's still looking and still searching to see opportunities that could be derived here.
Ryan John from the northern end in. That's a good one. One that cut back there at Hodge, who got on top of it and guided it down to third man, and he got a single. He goes up now to 6. 25 for the loss of 3. And this partnership is crucial to the effort to be made by the Dominica team. The experienced Hodge and the resolute Hodge Benjamin.
Yeah, the Dominicans have a fairly good team, and I like the setup that they have so far. But the question would be, how do you strike that balance? What batsman to bat where? What situation calls for what batsman?
25 for 3. Ryan John from this the northern end in. This one outside the leg stump, looking to work that one on the onside. Missed, and there is no addition to the total. The thing about it, the batsmen are there, regardless of what the coach or manager says to them. They are the ones to execute. They are the ones. They have to be using their thinking cap. and bat what they see. So
But as a batsman and you're there, the bowler is on top. Are you one not to believe that if the bowler is on top, you should be intimidated?
John, from the northern end to bowl to Benjamin. This is a shot he intended from the previous delivery on his legs, and he got inside of it, dropped the bottom hand and turned it nicely down to long leg for a single, 26 for the loss of 3, and he goes up to how many?
9.
He goes up to 9, and he's been there a little while.
Yeah, he has some 26 deliveries.
Yes, that's the way he batted yesterday, and he need to bat and bat and bat to give Dominica a fighting chance with whatever total he eventually ends up with. But he needs support from Cavem Hodge, the very experienced Cavem Hodge. In outside the off stump and nicely guided by Hodge. He waited on it the last moment and just opened the face and ran it down to third man for another single. So that's 27 now, 27 for the loss of 3. And certainly I think the pressure has been eased somewhat by the Grenada skipper. Rather than keeping these deep fielders, I think we should really and truly should be attacking a little more to see how they're going to respond. But be that as it may, Dominica capitalizing on it, getting the singles, 27 for 3. John in, and this one short lifter. Benjamin looking to cart that one somewhere into the public road. Hit the top edge of the bat and flew down to a long leg. Got a single. Had he caught onto it, may have gone for a 6, I'm not sure. He didn't quite middle it, and it ended up down at long leg for a single.
Well, you spoke about the bat and the intensity in the running. In the batting now, we see Hodges 7 from 5 deliveries. And he really get things on a bit here, as you see more relaxed batting from Benjamin.
Ryan John from the northern end. In, right on target, and full delivery and pushed out by Hodge at the end of over number 11, 28 for the loss of 3. Dominica having been inserted to bat here at the Cumberland playing field. So I had my little hour stint, so Cosnell, it's up to you now to do your hour.
Yes, Mr. Hines. And it will be Cyrus to continue from the river end. Cyrus just with his one over so far, 5 runs from it. And Benjamin, as you have been exalting him for his patience, seems to be very watchful and tactful. And that is what he has to do here, and as long as with his vice captain at the other end, they will have to really weather more of what we will call metaphorically storms here. And still nothing to change, as the setting is not ready yet. And it's not as hot as yesterday was, so it's nothing to complain much about. That's the second time we're seeing that sweep pulling out, and this time it's more angling on the leg stump. Mr. Hines. This one is cut away, and conventional cover feeler there in place. So good bowling from Cyrus. You have kept Benjamin in check on many occasions. And this one is more softer, and we haven't seen any just one boundary so far in the innings, and it shows how disciplined the Grenadians have been in their bowling. So as you see, again that sweep is pulled out. So this time he got value for the shot, but there's a feeler that is placed in the deep square area, and only managed to get 1. This one is pushed back down the ground to get Hodge. So good, sensible batting here from Dominica. The total moves on to 30. 30 for 3 into over number 12. And a very quiet over so far, just 2 off the over. Hodge 8 from 7. Oh, this is good batting. Excellent feeling. So good all-round cricket and bring the over to an end. End of over number 12. They are 30 for 3.
Yes, and they're gradually trying to work their way out of this situation that they have found themselves into. 30 for the loss of 3. And Cyrus certainly is bowling quite a few googlies. And they're being read so far by Benjamin because he's cutting them to backward points. Safe shot because he is reading it. If it's the leg spinner that he misreads, he might find himself in the problems. But he's reading the googly well. All credit to him as the battle continues here, as Dominica looking to extricate themselves from this position, with Ryan John continuing from this and other end.
So John, who have carried the burden of the Grenadian team on his shoulder as a captain. Good spell yesterday, along with Nicholas Redhead and Lewis. They really went into the Grenadians, but the St. Lucian, sorry. But then it was the Descartes defense who really put up that defense against them, and it was a mountain to climb, knowing that they are the island with 2 pitons. And this one, so good sensible batting by Hodge. So Dominica, good morning to the people down there in Roseau and Portsmouth, Dominica. A couple of viewers online logged in. People in Grenada also is logged in. People down there in Guave. And St. George's, busy, bustling morning. This one is a bit closer to him. So communication again, had it been fielded cleanly, would have been a spot of bother, but he was able to get home because there was a slight misfield.
Yeah, a bit of a misjudgment there on the parts of Hodge. And certainly the misfield allowed them to get the single comfortably at the end. But had he fielded, there was been a golden opportunity to effect another run out. They have to be very mindful of their position.
And backward point is a very hostile area. So the fielder or whoever is placed there must know that they are in business most times. So John will very tactful to Benjamin. He realized that Benjamin is not going to do nothing much like that. So down the ground, one bounce to the middle fielder. And no run in that shot. But
getting this sort of a sound from his bats, thinking that he said it powerfully, seemed to be not coming through with this sort of force that we know he's capable of. But certainly it's kind of a hollow sound from the bat.
Well, I know that these batsmen are carted with a lot of bats. So I'm not too sure if you believe in this myth. I don't know if it's a myth to say, but where batsmen have their love bat.
Well, it's not really a myth, you know. It's a question whereby it's like you. There are certain clothing you're not going to get rid of, regardless of his age. No, that is how it is in life.
Right.
Some pants, some trousers, you know.
Yeah, we know that in Chandler Paul, he had a bat that he always bat with. And even if you give him a game now, he will go back for that bat and rock. So brings it over to an end here. Over number 13. It's 32, sorry.
32 for 3. 13.
Yes.
They're still struggling, but they're trying to get them extricate themselves, as I said earlier, from the position they found themselves into. And as batting becomes a little easier, yes, the sun is not really out in all its glory, but at the same time, the bit of heat that is around will certainly ease the preparation moisture. And not at the start where the ball was seaming about. It's not doing that at the moment. But at least they are battling on for their country.
Well, this one well played there, and this is sloppy piece of running there. There was two always on here, and look at that. Poor backing up there from the Grenadians. A powerful return came in, and then it was able to evade the keeper, and nobody backs up. Went down to the terminal boundary for extra 4 runs.
Everybody was caught off guard because here it is. Benjamin played that one out to long on, and he was actually taking his time. But Hodge pushed him for the second run. The fielder recognizing late that they were going for the second run had a throw a bit wild, and then the individual who should be backing up, he also was caught unawares, and the ball just went for an additional 4. That game of winners to call it.
Well, is it fair enough to say the first 6 runs in the game?
Well, 6 will be recorded in the book.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they were caught napping.
Not in the way we would have expected it.
Exactly. But they were caught napping, the keeper and the individual who should be there.
Oh, that extra bounce again. That extra bounce got one balloon, but the keeper was not able to get it wrong quick enough. So Benjamin lived as he survives 38 for 3 into over number 14. Cyrus really doing a very good job here for Grenada, keeping things a bit still, and very watchful is Benjamin, number 16 on his back. And what do you think of numbers? Do you think it is something that they're superstitious, or?
No, I think it's a question of identifying players for people like us who do in commentary and spectators as well.
This one is driven past the man at extra cover, going out to the boundary. He could get very close and questionable. Well, it was just held up right on the ropes. So able to come back for 2 comfortable runs now. No sort of bother, no sort of question.
As Benjamin showing his repertoire of shots that he has, and he collects another 2, and they're up to 40, and slowly but surely easing their way out of the situation. But they'll have to bat much, much longer.
Much longer. It always. This one is down the ground, and this is the thing that I want to say is that as you spend more time at the crease, batting becomes easier and more comfortable. Brings it over to an end of over number 14. It is 41 for 3.
Certainly, the biggest over thus far as a result of the overthrow for that boundary for 4. But certainly they have found themselves in a position whereby wickets has not tumbled as one might have expected, but they are settled in quite nicely. As I said before earlier, that Benjamin is the rock of this batting here, because as you can clearly see from what you're seeing, he is making life difficult for the bowling attack for Grenada, but certainly he is the individual who will try to propel Dominica to a decent total. Certainly, I'm really impressed with him.
Well, it's 14 from 39.
Doesn't matter in there. That's important.
And the Hodge is going well at 15 from 12. So he have a strike rate higher, which is not what is important here. Oh, a good bumper, as we will call it here. And Benjamin not really a tall man, so even the umbrella signal is 1 for the over.
Yes, that was a good one to the diminutive Benjamin, and he got out of the way, thankfully. Maybe a taller individual, Hodge, might have been able to do something about it with his bat, but he, being the short man, got out of the way. And at the end of the day, all good. That started well, ends well, as far as Dominica is concerned. But what they need to do, Benjamin particularly, is bat and bat and bat.
So John exerting a bouncer with the previous delivery. This time he's fuller, and equal to the task is Benjamin with his rock solid defense. Partnership of 24 so far from 38 deliveries. 38 deliveries is a good amount of deliveries to see that 24 partnership, and it's a case where you have to put back that pressure on the Grenadians by staying at the crease.
I think that's what they're doing, and Benjamin would being the foil with the rock as against Hodge, who's trying to get runs. So they are putting the pressure back to Grenada.
Slower delivery, very watchful is Benjamin. let it pass through. One bounce to the keeper, and a lot of Nature Isle Dominica would have a lot of rocks, so he would know about being formative in his crease, and Grenada would not have that amount of terrains as Dominica will have.
Well, to be honest with you, I have visited Dominica number of times. It's a beautiful country.
Excellent cuisines and excellent batting. So good question being asked by Ryan John of Benjamin. Patience. This would be about who wins the battle of patience.
Yes, we are seeing the defiant Benjamin and Hodge against the Grenadian attack, looking for their 4th wicket, and this is what they need: the defiance from the Dominican, realizing they lost their game yesterday. Here it is there today, under a bit of pressure early on, although they created some of the pressure for themselves with the gifted wickets of Theophile and the run out of Pascal, and so far these two have dug in and have really been putting the Grenadians to think about their approach, because we want to bat long. This is what we need to see in Rhode Island cricket: bat long, bat long, bat long, and allow the bowlers to get your wickets. You don't give them the wickets, because that's what we really need from a Dominican standpoint, to bat as long as possible. Look at whenever the water break is coming up and just keep on batting.
Well, one more delivery for this, or legal delivery, and again nothing new. Same old, brings it over to the end of over number 15 here at the Cumberland playing field. It's the first water break, and the Dominicans inserted to bat by the Grenadians, who have won the toss 41 for 3, and they have lost 3 quick wickets earlier on. A partnership so far of 24. Good going by the Dominicans so far.
Yes, good going by the good response, I should say, from the Dominican pair, Benjamin and Hodge, bearing in mind having lost Xavier, then Hodge, Xavier, then Pascal, and Theophile. Of course, Hodge is there with Benjamin, trying to repair, bring some solidity, as we demonstrated by both batsmen to the total. You look at the scorecard there.
Well, yes, Theophile, he really had a solid knock, but did not capitalize on it. 4 from 23 balls. Malachi Xavier, he went very early, and he got 1 from 4 deliveries. Pascal, who was run out very tragically, 2 runs from 6. Benjamin is there, solid as a rock of Dominica. 14 from 45 with 1 boundary in that. Kevin Hodge, she seems to be on a busy schedule. The strike rate of 125. He's 15 from 12 deliveries. Total of 41 for 3 on a current run rate of 2.73. But for the bowling is what really caused things to be where it is here. Lewis didn't get any wicket, but he kept things in check from his 4 overs for 11. Nicholas Redhead, he was the one who really nailed things here. Got 2 from 6 from his 4 overs with 2 maidens in that. And Cyrus and John sharing a 4 and a 3 wicket respectively. 4 over and a 3 over respectively, and no wickets so far. But the run rate has just been a bit over 3 for John and Cyrus, so they're more comfortable with the attack of John and Cyrus, whereas with Lewis and Nicholas, it was Lewis went for a 2.75 economy rate, and Nicholas Redhead 1.5. So that's how it is here for Dominica. They really have to get further into their business here, as we look forward to see things get on here.
Just trying to source the scores in the other game between St. Vincent and St. Lucia. Understand the rain is falling at Sign Hill.
Oh, wow. Well, the sun is out here, and I would not want to imagine what it would be like, because it appears that this area tend to get jealous of other areas getting rain, and before you check it, the clouds decide to come across to the western side. So Cyrus to continue after the jinx break here. So important from this time now, this 15th over onward, to see how much Dominic will be able to get. If you're just joining us, welcome to the National Hodge and Benjamin Island Senior Men 50 over tournament. And at Cumberland here, Cumberland is in the northwestern terrain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dominica and Grenada is battling for their first win. Grenada lost yesterday to St. Lucia, and Dominica would have lost to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And in their opening game, Grenada is the defending champion of this tournament, so they would want to send some sort of message to the other teams that that game with St. Lucia was error in all its way, but there's a loud appeal there, and they were, maybe it was not more convinced of the appeal, but hopeful somewhat in that appeal. So Hodge doing battle, Hodge and Benjamin, G and Benjamin. We might say Benjamin, the Dominicans might say Benjamin. I'm not sure. Please forgive me for the enunciation. As Hodge push this one forward down the ground, gets another one, add one more to the total. It's now 42. 42 for 3. And into over number 16. This one. So here we go, and Cyrus really asking a lot for Benjamin. As we made mention, Benjamin is equal to the toss of Benjamin Googlies and his variety that he's offering up. This one is an expansive drive down the ground. He will get one, and no sort of danger so far in terms of communication between Hodge and Benjamin, and that speaks of experience and knowledge of what is expected of both of them being two of the most senior men. So a bit of query there. Umpires meeting to have a conversation. So end of over number 16. So 43 for 3. And gonna see John being taken off from this commentary booth N here, and appears that introduction of another spin bowler.
Well, he has Skipper John has pulled himself out of the attack, and he's introducing his spinner from the northern end. Dominic can continue to battle. They're not out of the woods, but certainly showing signs that in this pair of Benjamin and Hodge, to try to see what they can do in the given situation towards extricating themselves from this position they have found themselves into. But they were in trouble, greater trouble beyond that. And at the moment, their partnership worth about 20 odd, thereabout. Get the score to confirm. So
Cotton Murray, the new bowler, number 24 on his back for Grenada, left arm. So very young Cotton Murray, who have played here with the Windward Island.
Yes, I remember seeing him here. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He also have a resilience in his batting, Kurt. It's good for this version of the game.
24. Partnership of 24.
No. This was drifted just outside off, and it would be likely to have your knowledge on what do you think about matchups, left-handers to left-handers, right-handers to left-handers. What's your take on that? Because there are some captains who will say they will not give a leg break bowler to left-hander, or this kind of thing. Excellent save there in the covers.
There are different levels, because you can very well find the left spinner who love to bowl at left-handers and some who do not want to bowl at left-handers. So it depends on the individuals.
Excellent batting. Good quiet over so far there by Murray. Not that experience in age, but in terms of playing, he has played a number of cricket, so he should know what is required of him. Having that pressure being impounded on the Dominicans. And as you see, senior statesman John going there and encouraging him. And, Hodge being a more expansive batsman, how to bowl at Hodge and what is expected of him. So now Murray, as a youngster carrying some of the weight of the Grenadians and the passion for the game he has, as we see Hodge playing this one correctly down the ground. And here we go. Kurt Murray. So far, over has 2 runs. 2 runs so far. And this one, 3 in the over so far. So it's sensible batting. Coming close to the 50 run for the Dominicans so far. Current run rate of 2.73. And if they are to bat all 50 at this current run rate, they will reach 136. I'm sure they will want to get more than that. And brings it over to an end of the 16th over. End of the 17th, sorry, over. It's 46 for 3.
Yes, and an interesting over there from Kurt Murray. The news from Sign Hill is that St. Lucia batting, they were 22 without loss, but rain is falling and play has stopped automatically. So we are very fortunate that we are having play, but at the same time we do need the rain, but at the same time we want the cricket. So how do we look at it?
You have to look at it as a cricketer and as a farmer.
Well, you can't have the cake and eat it.
Well, as we are here, we are very thankful for the sun that is out here. This one is whipped down the ground. And this is what time at the crease will do. Allow you to be able to assess the batting, the condition. This track is a very easy track to bat on once you have allowed yourself to play in. Spin comes into play later on in the attack. We see a number of spinners got wicket yesterday and at different intervals. But now it will be Cyrus who is doing battle, who have kept things in checked so far. And Hodge and Benjamin equal to the task of Dominica, as Dominica closing to their 50. Therefore, it's 50 for the team. Hodge again presenting that full face of the bat. And number 22 on his back. And this one is played out to deep cover. And 2-4 run. And the left and right combination here to Cyrus, who is mainly known as a leg break bowler. Do you think that somewhat gets to his brain, or he knows once it's a left-hander he bowls his googly? Or
well, he has played cricket quite a lot for club, country, so he knows what it's all about.
Well, this one goes to the keeper, Joseph. So much cooler day, lower in temperature than it was yesterday. A lot of water would have been. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Cyrus and the defensive Benjamin walked right across, and a googly that pitched on leg was able to turn a hint and take his leg stump.
Yes, and the thing about it is that the first time, the thing about it for the first time we've seen him really playing this extravagant shot, missed, and he has been comprehensively beaten and bowled. I think he was beaten by the flight. He came looking to play the shot, and he missed, and they hit the leg stump, and a bit of a setback for Dominica, with the resolute batsman in Benjamin bowled with a very good leg spinner there from Cyrus, as Grenada now looking to turn back the screws. Another wicket in Dominica could be in a lot of problems here, so it's a question whereby the new batsman in who has gone in there. Number Alexander who's gone in. Hopefully he will continue from where Benjamin left off. 45 for the loss of 4, as Dominica still in a bit of a problem, but far better off than one stage where they were about 10 or thereabout for 3. But certainly a well-worked wicket there by Cyrus. He's been troubling Benjamin, especially the googlies, that despite he was reading it, but this time it was the leg spinner that turned and bounced and hit the top of leg stump. Dominica 45 for 4 in over number 18.
Well, as for the border for the Dominicans, it's good to see Kenroy Peters, who is wrong, watching the cricket. And we also see Alec Atenes for Dominica. He's wrong with the team. So I'm not too sure.
I'll get to that in a while.
So Courtmore to continue. And that's what you will get from Court. He will not do anything exploiting or trying to do anything out of the ordinary. He will just come there and put it in an area for you as the batsman to make the error. He's not looking for much turn. He's just a gentle loopy bowler.
Or can he turn the ball?
Well, I believe that's why he's on the team as a spin bowler.
He can turn the ball if the pitches are conducive.
For
when you make these good batting tracks, it tests you as a spinner.
It does. So that one turned. Actually, some turn on that one. So he have answered our question as to whether he can. And new batsman who is to equal there. This one is driven out. Goes so 1. They could get 2, but there again communication. It makes me wonder about the communication between the batsmen. We're seeing great communication between Kevin Hodge and Benjamin. But now that the new batsman is out, this one is a diving effort there by Nicholas Redhead, who is that short fine. What an effort for a big man to go down on the ground to save that. Very tall lad. But an excellent save. Only restrict it to 1. Had it passed, it would have been 4. So Kurt Murray brings over number 19 to an end. 51 for 4. The Dominicans brought up their 50 with that shot. The previous shot. And they are 51 for 4.
51 for 4 as another over there, a rolling over, so to speak, from Court Murray. Update from Sign Hill. St. Lucia 26 without loss of 6.2 overs. The rain is still falling there at Sign Hill, and from our standpoint, they can stay there. We can very well be very happy that we have in play here, and we've gone into 18 overs, 51 for 4. Rain is at Sign Hill. St. Lucia 26 without loss after 6.2 overs.
So Cyrus to continue.
Must be buoyed with that last over.
Well, yes, and it also has kept. Oh, look at that! Look at that! That's the communication I'm talking about. So he said no earlier on. So even though Hodge wanted one, he respected the call and give him a thumbs up.
Quite true.
So Cyrus, this one is cut away, but can't pass Lewis at backward point, and that's the thing. When you're at backward point, you're in business.
Especially to a leg spinner.
Yes.
So that ball cutting across, spinning across the right hand, they tend to cut or drive through covers.
So Hodge will have to play this a bit later if you have to get any virtue or value from the shots. And because there's only one slip, and once that have evaded the slip, it will put the man at point have to run it all the way to third because there's not a short third. Oh, past two fielders there. Should have been stopped, but got through. Add one more to the total for Dominica, 52 for 4. Good condition for cricket, Mr. Hines. You have the beach in the background, the ocean, very gentle breeze blowing across, no heat to say extravagant. And that's what I'm talking about, passing that 4 slip. So there you go. It should get one. Turning blind there from the batsman number.
Is Alexander?
Alexander turning blind, as we would say in cricket. Something that is not expected of him at this standard.
Not at this level. That is why he had to say no, because his back was to the fielder. When his face should have been turned in a particular way to see and the fielder and his motion.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. So a bit of lapse in concentration there. Oh, turn. Squared him up as if it's carnival time here. It has already gone.
Very good over there indeed from Cyrus. Faster, flatter delivery, faster trajectory. And he squared them up. Really, really good bowling here. We're seeing it from Cyrus. Looping these deliveries all the while to Hodge. And certainly battle is on between him and Hodge.
Yes. And Hodge is not going to say...
Not going to lie down.
To him at all. So, Court Murray will continue.
51, 52?
52. 53.
53 for 4, 19.
Yes. 53 for 4. Very quiet inning so far. Nothing explosive. Just the 1-4 we have seen. This came from the bat of
Teasing bowling here from Murray.
It is. It is.
Beaten there in flight, took the inner portion of the bat and cannon from the bat onto the pad out on the outside. Some teasing bowling.
But what I think what Murray is asking Hodge to do is to come to me.
That's Alexander. Ask him to come.
Alexander to come to the crease, yes, and see if you can extract turn and create stomping. And that's why he's playing something like a Yorker length, because he's coming forward, but he's not leaving the crease. So he will meet it on the dip and creating that Yorker kind of delivery.
I think the more accomplished Hodge would certainly be able to hit in the face of the bat down to mid off, long off, as against Alexander, who seems not as capable as Hodge.
I would say more timid to live because of experience. It may not be experienced as Hodge.
Another single here to Hodge. Pulled that one back, and Hodge went back and forced it down to the sweeper position. He got another run. It's up to 55 now for the last 56 for the last of 4.
Yes, as well. This one is played out to John, who seems very relaxed to bring the over to an end. Over number 21 and 55. Yes, over number 21. 55 for 4, the Dominicans. looking to set a total here to bowl at the Grenadians.
And batting has definitely become easier now.
Of course.
You know, far easier with the moisture. I wouldn't say almost gone. I wouldn't say gone, but almost gone, because as we said earlier, conditions weather-wise is not hot sunny day. It's an overcast day. The sun is going in and out between the clouds. But at the same time, the heat that is generated has pulled the surface moisture out, and batting has become a bit easier for the Dominicans, and they should capitalize on it.
And causing now the operation of two spin. Cyrus is into his 7th over, yeah, and that is to tell you, because realizing that the moisture have gone, Captain John opted for the spin in operation now, and John. So good bowling still from Cyrus. He has gotten some 16 runs so far off his overs, and that tells you the kind of discipline that he has bowling from that river end.
Particularly leg spinner.
Leg spinner. So a fuller length delivery. And, I want to be a bit, not on the negative side, but critical of the running of the Dominicans. Is that they have been somewhat curtailed since the run out of Stefan Pascal, and the hesitancy of running now. Well, what should be 2, they always settle for 1. As this one turned decently across Alexander. Excellent turn, and something you would like to see bounce as well. And as a leg spinner, that will motivate you all day. Cyrus. So he's pushed. Well saved there by John. And it will be at what point there's Hodge got overexcited and start to capitalize. So end of over number 22. And it
56 for
56 for 4.
Pretty good over there again from Cyrus. And the Dominican batsman, Hodge looks very comfortable, but Alexander seems honestly a bit timid in terms of using his feet and unsure as to which way Cyrus is spinning, a bit googly or a bit leg break. But certainly the battle is on here, and I believe if Cyrus has Alexander for a whole over, it might see a little different ball game, but with Hodge in the middle there, with his experience, using it and trying to keep him at bay, because he's certainly getting some bounce and turn and bowling both leg break and googly.
Yeah, and it appears that Alexander seems to be man not with the temperament and don't like to see ball balloon in front of him like that. This time Hodge goes over the top, and the first maximum for the day over cover. A great shot there.
Yes, certainly the shot of the day so far. Flighted, and he opened up, moved that front leg and carted it over widest long on for the maximum. And certainly, as I said, the shot of the day, shot in the morning.
Well, we haven't seen much of it unless it's singles, so we have to give credit to that one. And as you said about Kurt, with that delivery was a hint outside our stump, and then there was Hodge waiting for the opportunity. This time it's pulled back a bit more, so not flighted as full as before, and this one he was able to get it much better as he would want it to. So Kurt, as we will say, wearing a big shoe of playing for the Grenada senior men team. Very young, talented lad. And,
I like the field placing of the skipper, so I'll be able to speak to him.
Excellent shot there. Good discipline knock here by Hodge, knowing that he has he's one of the most experienced players, not only in the team but on this field, and been playing for the Windward Islands senior men team whenever they have selected the team. he knows that majority of the responsibility will be on him.
Yes, and for him and Dominica, unfortunately, lost his skipper. And I see a field placing change here is very interesting. And that's a very confident appeal for an LBW, and umpire Bayam says not out, but certainly he was beaten in flight.
Yeah, but
and he's definitely looking unsure against his spinners.
Yeah, but what saved him, he got a bit of baton to it. And clearly you see the signal there from Bayam stating that. That's what we were talking about. That's it. That is sleep cricket there. The captain placed that feeler right there for that shot. And there is it that a ball went there and he got a signal. We'll bring the over to an end of over number 23. And 64 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, very, very interesting over there. And I think Ryan John is certainly showing his experience also, because he actually had the field placing changes. And the Dominicans played right into his hands. Unfortunately, he didn't get that wicket, as the uncertain Alexander continues to battle for his team as 72. Is it? Oh, Ken Charles. What is that? Leg spinner, off spinner, is it? I'm not too sure. Remember, I'm seeing this.
Yes, off spinner. Ken Charles, he bowled from this end yesterday. Most of his from this.
This total is really what? 72 or 64?
64.
64.
The batsman number.
Okay. Yeah, but you spoke earlier about Alec Athenaeus. I understand he has a damaged hand.
Okay.
And Cricket West Indies, out of precaution, asked him to keep out of this tournament.
Okay.
So, but I understand he should be in St. Vincent looking on at the game.
Yes, well,
that's my understanding.
Just passed us a couple of overs ago. So off spinner for a stop, gentle off spin until he gets into his work. Kem Charles.
Leg by.
So leg by. Start is over. It will be interesting to see how Hodge plays him this time.
So Athenaeus is downstairs then?
Yes.
Okay. My understanding should have been here last night.
Oh, okay.
That's my understanding. So it's correct from the information.
Well, it would be interesting to know what sort of advice he will give to his team members and to pick his knowledge. So this one plays down the ground, Hodge. And Hodge, she's on 25. So 66. Passing the off stump, beating the bat, the off spinner. So I think very tentative, and that's the problem, is that he has to understand what is coming. This is an off spinner now. He was bowling to Cyrus this one. He swept it behind square and got 4 runs for that shot. Excellent shot and a welcome boundary there by Alexander.
Yes, it was badly lined, and he capitalized on it and swept it to the right of the man at deep square leg for 4. But certainly the best shot he has played during this inning so far, and a welcome boundary as far as Dominica is concerned, because they need to bat on and bat on and bat on.
Yes, as you see, this one very aggressively trying to play to cover. White signal by umpire. And as we've been mentioned, that as much as you will want to get a total, each person have to contribute. But good going by Dominica, 70 for 4. This one, 70 for 4. And as you rightly made mention, it appears that Hodge will have conversation intermittently with Alexander. This one is a quick single. Scamper through there by Dominica. So good game awareness brings you over to an end of number 24. It is 71 for 4.
Yes, and interestingly enough, the tentative looking Alexander is surviving, and surviving by skin, so to speak, because he's given the Grenadian team hope. Every now and then these names misses tentativeness, and Ranjan realizing what is happening, and he just rearranged the field. So we'll see exactly what how Court Murray fares up, bowling now to the tentative Alexander.
Well, this one turn and bounce. Good play in there by Alexander. He read the bounce, read the turn.
It's too short.
Too short. Definitely too short. Give him enough time to read that one. And that's what you would get once you're there with an experienced man or an experienced player like Hodge. It will make you come into your game, analyzing the game, knowing that batting will become easier over a period of time.
Yeah, but if you're batting at number 6 for Dominica, you should be able to have a thing or two about batting.
Clearly that cannot be out. It's pitching outside leg.
Quicker delivery, faster, flatter trajectory there, and he survives.
It's the arm ball to Hodge. This one is playing outside, cutting onto the fielder. So this one is a bit closer to cut, and he's running that risk, and that shows you the experience between Hodge and Alexander.
He seems fearful to come on the front foot.
Yeah, I've done my own personal opinion. This is not who he is, but he appears to be this batsman who just want to hit a couple 6 mighty blows, but he's under check there by Hodge. As a Murray. Yes. So end of the over, end of halfway stage, and brings me to the 74. 74 for 4.
74 for 4 at the halfway stage. Is that a drizzle we're seeing coming over the hill there?
Yes, it is, and that will just pass because once there's that little sunlight, that would just go around that mountainside area.
I'm checking on local knowledge.
Yes, on local knowledge.
So 74 for 4 after 25, and interestingly enough, I would say Alexander is surviving.
He is, and he should. If they are to pass the second 50 stage, which will bring them up to 100, and if he's fearful to come to the batting, is to get a single all in over and allow Hodge to somewhat of a shield, but you don't want to be shielding a number 6 batsman. This one is short, pull away, so it will get business done here. And Regis there doing some feeling in the mid-wicket region. So you'll have to have the ground staff lining up themselves. And this one playing backward of point. And a bit of sleeping session there by Kurt. I'm not too sure if he's tired.
I suspect we'll have a delay, an interruption, because it seemed to be getting a little heavy on the hills.
Well,
except it's going just on the hills only.
Oh, this one is full, and as full as it is, it's pulled away by Hodge, who will welcome that free hit, somewhat to say.
Well, it's a sort of a free hit because a full toss around his waist, and he decided I'm going to capitalize and get some runs, and did the correct thing.
Yes, but I think that one just slipped.
I suspect we'll have an interruption. It's definitely this drizzle. There's an English name that they give between a drizzle and rain. Can't quite remember it.
So just one more add to the total. Just one more for the over. Oh, this one is beaten. So brings it over to an end. And umpires are checking to I have a word with the ground staff. So let's see.
But I am a little concerned because we're not seeing any movement from the ground staff, and certainly we are looking at it. Rain is definitely coming on the
Yes,
hills.
it will.
The local knowledge is
Yes,
right
it
in the
will.
hills here.
It will. Once you see get whiter and whiter, there will be. But it would not be for long. That's the thing. It would not
Well,
be for long.
depending on your local knowledge.
Yes, on my. Yes, it would not be for long. And that's the thing. That kind of rain will tend to blow away more to the east.
Well, it's going from
South.
east to west.
Yeah, it will blow more to the southwestern direction. So Courtmore to continue. So excellent batting there. And the dew as well will might be a factor for the bowlers
For the
to
spin
grip.
bowlers.
So that previous over were full delivery.
Well, it's a bit of a drizzle.
Yes. If we look to the back of us, we will notice that there is no rain there, but to the front, and then you will see it dissipate after a period of time.
Dissipate and go across that
Yes.
little hill there and go over the sea.
Yes.
So chances are we may not have any
We may
interruption.
not.
I'm based on your knowledge.
Yes, we may not. And as we see Kevin Hodge being very watchful as we are here of the weather, he's still watchful of Court Murray and how the Grenadians are looking to approach with some spice in this situation. This one is mightily struck over mid wicket, and here we go, straight into the beach.
Yeah, it was a flighty delivery and slow, and Hodge, using his experience, carted that to as we'll call it, the cow corner area, way over the fence for a maximum, and certainly Kevin Hodge showing his experience here against the youngster and another boundary, and the ball has gone outside the perimeter of this field here, and another maximum, and Dominica slowly but surely crawling their way back. They're not really totally out of it at what, 80 what?
89.
89 for the loss of 4. A much better position when they were at about 15 for 3. Much better. And the foundation laid by Hodge and Benjamin before Benjamin got out. A beautiful leg spinner there from Cyrus. And Hodge is carrying the fight for his country.
Yeah, and that speaks of time at the crease as well. He's on 39 so far. And we speak about the dew. And there you see that one was a bit out of Murray's hand than he wanted to grip it. And the one-time alert for the towel, his white towel now he uses to dry that delivery.
Yeah, but certainly the bit of a dew from the drizzle just has seemingly dissipated.
Yeah.
Because if the hill in front of us has turned back green rather than white as we saw earlier, you're quite right with your assessment. It will drift that way and it will go away and may not have no interruption. That's a very good delivery there. Faster, flatter trajectory, and Hodge came down on it at the last moment and survived, and Dominican players and management were holding their breath that he survived that one.
And that's the thing with the giant ball, as we see when that ball went for 6, a new box of ball came out and it was drier, so it gave Kurt Murray good time to grip it as the 90 comes up, 90 for 4, the Grenadians. And as we see the ground staff, someone is marshalling towards the tent, so it appears there are heavier rains come, but then still gonna wait, and still the sun is out, not as heated as we would have expected, and good partnership so far between Hodge and Alexander. 41 partnership so far. So, good partnership so far. The bulk of the scoring. Yes, so Hodge, she's on 47. Hodge is on 39. And Alexander, he is on 12 so far. So, very patient knock by Alexander. Oh, looking for that drive. And there's Charles. Gentle off spin, nothing to worry about.
No vicious stone, no prodigious stone and bunks.
And,
Dominica certainly pulling themselves out of the situation they were in earlier.
Well, I want to believe, based on how things are going, that they would pass their 103 score yesterday. But cricket again is a very funny game.
Yeah, once Hodge is there.
Yes, good calling, good running. Excellent cricket all round. Excellent cricket, good backing up. So, a mixed bag of a lot of things today. A bit of dew, bit of hot sun, bit of cool condition, bit of run out, bit of wicket, bit of partnership, everything.
Indecisive running, good running.
Yes, so
a mixed bag.
A mixed bag of everything. So, this is an excellent feeling, poor backing up. But in all, it's part of the game of cricket. Oh, dug that one out, Hodge. And I would like to see Hodge play that more responsible role as he goes on to get a 50 and on to 100. And it's just my personal opinion. And to show how the patience at the crease can give you just reward, as this one is choked. And they have to come back for the second. Good running and good placement. He realized that the man at deep square was more square, and he played in front of square and got 2 runs easily. End of over number 20th. And then 94.
94 for the loss.
Of 4.
428 gone. Just over 3 and over, and certainly they're looking far more comfortable at the crease there. And nothing helps the lesser batsman, and that is Alexander, by batting with someone else like Hodge, who has really been the cornerstone of this innings thus far. And Dominica feeling much more relieved at this particular point in time.
They should be. And as you see, a bit of hole up again there from the captain, realizing a fielder is need to be placed at mid wicket. So the fielder from square leg, from fine leg, short fine, comes to mid wicket region. So no fine leg. So that's why the skipper wants Murray to be bowling. You see the white towel again comes out to get that grip.
That's as a result of the rain that fell, so the bit of a dew is creating some problem for the spin bowlers. Maybe it's a bit wise for Ryan John to introduce one of the seamers.
Yes, seamer.
Because of the situation.
I was just going to comment on that. And not only that, and the condition was, we get this ball to either swing. This one is short, pull over to deep square. There's a man out there in the defense. And, good field placement here by Hodge. So Hodge, very watchful. So, this one could be close. Well, he make it back, but Hodge was always on the run, so he was the one who made the call.
That was a close call, because had he hit, the umpire certainly had to make a decision either way, because it is fairly close and it's a sharp single. You are in, you are batting, you are solid. Stay there.
True. This one is short. Cut away. Couldn't go for 4. And excellent save there on the boundary. An excellent piece of work there. Restrict the Dominicans for two. That is Regis again doing that patrolling on that area.
Yes, but batsmen realizing the need to stay as long as possible. The longer you stay, the opportunities will come to get runs. Just stay there.
This one is over the man short, make the wicket there. They're coming for 1 and 2, rightly called. Lewis doing recovery. So with that, it brings up the 100 for Dominica. Brings up the 100 for Dominica. 101 for 4. A good going here by Dominica.
Yes, they have certainly recovered from their precarious position earlier on and today with the early morning moisture.
Excellent cricket. Excellent cricket. Everything has to be big shots. And there you see. If the field is spread, then you take it and the single. So end of over number 29. It is 102 for 4 here at Cumberland.
Yes, and 102 for 4. That's about 29 minutes before 12, and I'll swing it this way. 102 for 4, and Dominica seriously recovering from their position, and they're showing some fight here against the Grenada attack, who is well on top. And Grenada having a very similar situation yesterday where they got some early wickets, St. Lucian wickets, and then St. Lucia recovered to score 334, I think it was. But Dominica still battling, as we see the off spinner. This one on his legs and tucked away out on the onside.
Charles. Charles.
The total goes up to 100, and that's his 50. That's Kevin Hodges' 50. A very, very important knock here for his country, for himself, for his
very
country.
Crucial.
And really a position in Dominica to come out of the situation they were, and all credit to him for this innings here. Responsible, intelligent knock by him thus far. So the off spinner from the southern end, Charles in, driven there by Alexander, back to him. No run, 103 for the loss of 4. As there's no slip. Interesting enough, no close fielders. Very interesting.
Yes, because it appears now that the Dominicans have gotten so much in confidence that they have put back the pressure onto the Grenadian, causing them not to have that the defensive field looking for wickets still. And this is not something you would want. You don't want a batsman, your team to get relaxed and say, okay, they're there, they've already reached 50 in the case of Cumberland Hodge. And Alexander now seems to be playing that role that Hodge wants him to.
In this one on middle stump, tucked away, they're going for a sharp single. The return comes in. Again, the positioning of the bowler wasn't the best. He was in front of the stumps rather than behind, because had again that been a direct hit, who knows what may have happened. But he was in front, and apparently he may have touched the bail before the ball actually got to him. So positioning not the very best. Another single, 106 for the loss of 4.
Coaches will always tell you get behind the stumps
rather than in front.
Yeah,
a cardinal error. As the off spinner, down he goes, open the face, looking for a non-existent single, sent back. But I don't think enough pressure has been exerted from Grenada on the Dominican, Hodge in particular, and try to expose the lesser Alexander, so we have more bowling at him.
But even Alexander now becomes more comfortable. So the watchfulness they had at Alexander and the anticipation of some error is not there anymore. And even Alexander now is playing more shots freely. So it's 105 for 4.
105 for 4 from 30 overs, and certainly at the roof where we are sitting, we are definitely hearing this drizzle rain. There's no ifs and no buts about it. It's not in the mountain where it's gotten white. It's right on the top of us, coming from the northeastern area. The Chateaubriand area is coming up this way. And are they going to have a break? I'm not sure, but it's getting heavier and heavier on the roof. We're definitely hearing it.
Yeah, I think that the thing is, there's always this heavy shower that will come one time. Without it, it sends you a sign. And it is the umpire's call, as they're doing the right thing now, to cover the track and maybe it's a good time now to just recap this session for you as we get a break. And we see the Dominicans inserted to bat 105 for 4 at this time.
The rain has fallen, whether it's you want to call it a drizzle or what, but certainly the rain is falling here. There is an interruption of play. There is an interruption of play with Dominica at the end of 30 overs. They are 105 for 4. 30 overs is gone, and the covers is being positioned by the ground staff. The umpires, the players are off. The ground staff is doing their work. The umpires are on their way out as we get the scorecard there from our scorer Stacy.
Casey, yes.
Yeah, Casey from the south, from Kingston area. From scorer.
Rose Hall.
Rose Hall.
Yes, she's from Rose
She
Hall.
knows her condition as well too. And the covers are being placed on the field. The rain is falling. So Cosnell will give us the total scorecard.
Yes, it's 105 for 4 with Kevin Hodge leading the batting of 51 from 58 deliveries. He got 2 sixes and 1 fours in that. Benjamin, who actually steadied it with him, he got 24 from 54 balls, 1 6, 1 4. And nothing much to elaborate on, but Jason Alexander, who's there, is 16 from 35, very watchful in one boundary in that inning so far. And the pick of the bowlers so far for Grenada is Nicholas Redhead, who picked up 2 from his 4 overs. I think the captain should have opted again for a spin pace, at least a 2 over spell. And so far it's just 1 for Cyrus, who got 1 from 17 from his 7 overs. And Kem Charles 4 for 21 of his 4 overs. 4 without Ryan John 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Daryl Cyrus, as I made mention, is 1 for 17. So that's basically the bowling here at the Cumberland playing field.
Yeah, well, the rain falling at this particular point in time. The covers definitely cover the square, but the ground staff, they are putting in the other light blue covers to cover the run-ups. But the pitch itself, the square is covered. I do not think any rain or water has fallen in it in any degree of quantity. So at 105, 106 for 4 after 30 overs, the rain falling, Dominic having been inserted to bat by Grenada. So at this moment, I think we'll have a nice little break, so we'll be able to get some liquid into our system to resume whenever the rain stops. So that's the situation here from the Cumberland playing field. Rain has stopped play. Dominic 105 for the loss of 4 from 30 overs. So for the time being, we go back to the studio. Right. Pleasant good afternoon to our viewers across St. Vincent Grenadines, the region, wherever else you may be looking to view this broadcast. The news here from the Windward Islands Senior Cricket Tournament here at the Cumberland playing field in the north-western side of St. Vincent and Grenadines is that the umpires have just made a final decision with all the rain that we had, somewhere between 11 and 1 thereabout, an extremely heavy shower of rain. The umpires have just indicated to us that play would resume at 4:10. Grenada will have to score 124 to win in 23 overs. 124 to win in 23 overs. And we just have to say it like it is. The sun is out on the western side and the weather looks the best for the day, so to speak. So the news here from the Cumberland playing field, it obviously tells us that I'll be down here very late, that is for sure. At 124 to win in 23 overs. What do you think of the decision, Gosnell?
Yes, it's good to see at the end of the day that cricket will win. But one of the things that you have to take, they would have taken into consideration is the player's safety. And 124 to win, Grenada would want to go and take that any day. They have to get a win. And as much as they want to get the win, Dominica should be the one to restrict them as much as possible to avoid any sort of winning. And Dominica themselves should want to win this game. So 124 of 23, I believe that is a good call by the umpires using the Dr. Lewis system. And we have game on.
Yes, and the team to lose anything here would be Grenada, because easily turn into a 2020 game, although the restrictions would not be there because not a 2020. But based on the 2020 with the approach to batting, all likelihood that they're going to go all out to win the game, provided there's no more interruption. But 124 in 22 overs, I will take that.
Yes, you will, because for example, let's cut it down to a 2020 game. If you get 124 in a 2020 version, clearly as a captain or a batting team, you would take that any days, just 6 runs or over. But to just make 124 from 23, you have 3 extra overs to play with there. So yes, I agree with you, but it will take steady, consistent, nagging line and length bowling from the Dominicans to show that they're not just going down like that.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that Grenada recognize they have nothing to lose. So with 10 wickets, 23 overs, if you can get sort of a start, after 10, say around about 40 without loss, they would really fancy their chance of winning it quite comfortably in the end.
A wicket will be important and integral, and opportunities, run out, catches, no misfield, extras will be something that Dominic will have to be looking at.
Yeah, but the other thing you have to be careful with, the field itself is not totally dry. Right. And that comes right into the picture, because the ball itself, we saw what happened when the rain came, and the ball could get fairly slippery.
Very, very.
So I think the dice is really loaded for Grenada.
It is loaded for Grenada, but sometimes as players, these are conditions that you're not favorable with. But everything hinged back on experience now and what you do in these conditions. I don't think this is something coaches make plans for, So you have to bring yourself into play and know that when you go there, when you get whatever opportunity, whether it's batting or bowling, or opportunity to take a catch or to make a field, that you do it 100%.
Yes, the thing about it is, as I said, with the conditions heavily favoring Grenada, they will be on the driest part of the area, which is the pitch per se. So it's a question of how well would the Dominicans adapt towards keeping them at quiet at 124. But the key for Dominica will be some early wickets.
Excellent. Early wickets all the time will be important. And they have to come out with their A game. If it's a time you will want your A game. And remember, these two teams do not have a winners yet. And there is a no result game in the third match, which is St. Vincent and St. Lucia. So clearly, the team coming out here with a win will be feeling very good.
Yes, a team that coming out here win, but it open up the entire competition for the Sunday final and the third and fourth place playoff. because once there are no interruptions, as we would predict, because the sun is really out in all its glory, the best for the day, and with the other game abandoned, they got 1 point each. This game will have a winner. So the team that really loses will basically be out. It's two of the other three that will be aiming for that final bout. Whoever wins, plus whoever wins at Sign Hill on Friday.
Right. And it will be important that all experience pulls out here, all the coaching in detail, whatever information and they have been gotten from past clips and videos about people, then they realize that they have to bring it in.
So for the time being, until we are ready for you at 4:10, we'll just close off for the time being until we're ready to resume here at 4:10 with Grenada having to score 124 in 23 overs to win this game, or vice versa, Dominica restricting them or taking 10 wickets inside 124. So until that time, back until we're ready for you. Thank you. Yes, welcome back to the Cumberland playing field here on the northwestern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're going to see the resumption of this second round game in the Windward Islands Senior Cricket Tournament played between Dominica and Grenada. Dominica to the north, Grenada to the south. The other game at Annisville between the Saints, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Lucia ended as an abandoned game. Heavy rains in that area that forced no play whatsoever. St. Lucia, 26 without loss of 6.2 overs abandoned, a point each. And here at Cumberland, yes, Dominica were 105 for 4 from 30 overs when the rains came, and very, very heavy rains came. But fortunately, with excellent conditions here, they were able to do the mop-up operations, and play would resume in a couple of minutes at 10 past 4 with Grenada having to score a revised target of 123 of 124 of 23 overs, as the Dominicans are now going out onto the field of play. As the question really and truly now, the approach will be the key in terms of the result of this game, because from where we are seated, there are no dark clouds around. The sun, to be honest, is out in all its glory for the first time for the whole day, and is a question of the approach by the Grenadians. The openers are going out, the Dominicans are out in the field. So we'll see how it goes. As Cosnell, you can start it, and I'll try to finish.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Hines. Good afternoon again to all the viewers around the world. Evening here, whatever time it is for you viewing us. Good day to you. Grenada will start with Jeremiah and Regis. Johan Jeremiah, he started well yesterday. So they will start out with Jeremiah. And we are seeing Kevin Hodge with ball in hand for Dominica. So it will be a good matchup to see how he approaches this game going into the segment. Remember, it's just 124 out of revised target for Grenada to get a first victory to the name. But what we made mention in the synopsis of this game is that they will be needed of getting wicket at quick intervals to make sure that they're in some contention here.
Yes, so our field being set, slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, long on, shortish, fine leg, and a short square. The left arm spinner, Hodge from the southern end, the Kingston end.
So ball on point as we get game resume here. Kevin Hodge, he will be very familiar with these kind of position that he's placed in with revised total using that called Lewis and a lot of things. So easy single. That should have been a single there. And a very strange feel there by Hodge. He's a left-hand is batting and is looking to just tap that one there. So I'm not too sure what's the ploy of having that vacant mid-on area. But there's a long off. So they will be able to get things. So this is it. So they're looking for 2. So there you go. And so 2 runs to start the proceedings. 2 easy runs that vacant area was alluding to earlier on. And that is, if you have to restrict 124, that need to be plugged earlier. And that's a fine shot placed to cover. It's a heavy outfield, so I believe the fielder will just cut it off. And another 2 added to the total. And Jeremiah showing that he's in business here and he's ready to get home to his hotel.
Well, I think first of all, it's a question of getting home for his team to secure victory.
It's 120 more to get. So I believe the reason, I'm not sure the reason why Hodge would have opted for that widish field is that he want to bowl straight outside our stump. So brings the first over to an end. Over number 1, 4 runs coming from that. So,
Well, the intent is there from Jeremiah, recognizing it's not a 2020 game, but it can have that 2020 mental approach to the situation. Bearing in mind the field restrictions are not there. It's a question that can set the normal field, but it's a question of being fairly aggressive, and there's no sting involved here. So it's a question of batting sensibly and try and show at least for the first, I would say 8 overs thereabout, that no wickets are lost, and see how far they can push the total. Number 5, I'll tell you.
So a new bowler started from this end for Dominica. Number 5 on his back.
Vincent Lewis.
Vincent Lewis. Yeah, Vincent Lewis. And it appears to be a left arm.
Left arm.
Yes, it is left arm fast medium, as corrected by the experienced Gunny Hines. So, and I don't know how to determine somebody's right arm fast or right arm fast medium, but
left arm fast medium. Pretty slippery when you're ready.
It will be interesting to see his approach and what he's looking at, if he's bowling that attacking line, or if he will be looking to play that 50 over line and length. Because he will have to look for wicket. You don't have time to exploit whether or not the ball will swing or whether or not it will stick up. But now is the time you need to attack the stumps, even if it is top of off. This one is whipped away to mid-wicket and out to the boundary ropes it goes. A magnificent shot there by Regis to get himself off the mark. 4 runs.
He went into the hitting area and he just calmly slammed it to the left of mid-on to the boundary for 4. Despite the heavy outfield, it had enough to go over the ropes. First boundary innings, 6 without loss, and the Grenadians' intent is very clear.
No nonsense mood, and they are the defending champions, so they will want to set that precedent, only having lost their first game yesterday. And there you go again, this time looping past the man cross at a square leg and another boundary, and Regis really getting down to business. If I thought, well, Jeremiah was getting down.
Yes, another boundary there on that leg, midland leg, and he clipped it past square for another boundary. And clearly, as I said, the dice is really loaded for Grenada to win this game. And it's a question how well can Dominica respond, because each and every boundary struck makes the target easier for the Grenadians.
And the thing is that Vincent is really looking to see if that ball will swing. And in doing so, Regis is close to the task. And there you go. In there, could be taken. Gone! Grenada losing their first wicket. Regis trying to be aggressive and was able to only get it to middle, and well take there from the Dominican.
Yes, well, they have gotten just what they looked for, an early breakthrough. Bearing in mind it's not a heavy total, not a large total. It's 12 for the loss of 1, with Regis going for 8 2 boundaries and trying to be ultra aggressive, and he has paid the price. And as I said, the normal field placing in relation to 50 over as against 2020 10-10, where you only allow X amount of players outside the circle. But you can set your field how you want it, because it's only 23 overs to go, as Dominica strike early blood to Dominica. But Grenada also running off the mark as well. 12 for the loss of 1. The over number 2.
Well, it's a double-edged sword. It's a case where you have to either try to get the runs, because you don't know if there's a possibility of any further interruption. And in doing so, Dominica have to be aggressive, trying to get that. And there you see Vincent.
What I would say, I am not really from this era, but I'm very convinced there'll be no more interruptions.
Okay.
This game will play through, and you will have an outright win.
Well, from what I know, the next show might come around 8 o'clock tonight.
You sound like you're working at the Met Office.
haven't been from the area a while, Mr. Hines.
Yeah, but the wait is the sun is out
Yes,
and
it is.
the pitch is dry. It's just the outfield, one or two little spots that cause the big thing. But be that as it may, we are off the positive start. Both sides.
Both sides. Oh, excellent line to Teddy Bishop, number 15, who now comes into the crease to do battle. Yesterday he made a half century in the quest of 335, but on a losing side of it. But he batted very well. He had more time, but in this case, he doesn't have that luxury to exercise his rights because Vincent is on target with that delivery. And that is what is important here. You do not want to give him free shots from the time he enters the crease. Pull down pass. Teddy Bishop will feel that he missed out on that one, finding the man not short, fine, a short delivery. So he brings over number 2 to a close and a very mixed over where you have a couple of boundaries and a wicket. So Dominica will feel as if they're in the game.
But they are definitely in the game because if you look at the approach, they have Bishop. He could have easily lost his wicket again because the approach, the ultra-aggressive approach, we can see it in the 2 overs thus far. So they have to be very, very mindful, be very careful. You can lose 10 wickets within 23 overs.
You can. We have seen it on many occasions, even less than 23. But it is the common sense approach that will be needed here. In this time, too short. Hey, dropping short of that fielder there who took the catch in the first wicket to fall. They dropped short of him, and Grenada, Dominica really creating some opportunities here.
Yes, creating the opportunities, and I think, as I said prior to these commencements, the approach from both teams will determine what's going to happen. And we're seeing the ultra-aggressive approach from the Grenadians, and the Dominicans are not going to lie down. They are going to fight.
Love the approach of the Dominicans. Very resilient set of people. And, very unique to St. Lucia. And they're somewhat neighboring each other. Not too far. This one is played down the ground. And that's the thing you get from Teddy Bishop. He hits the ball very hard and along the ground. For a very slim lad, and he's very tall, Teddy, and with the experience of Hodge, he will have to match up with it. As we Hodge just in the bounce there is Jeremiah, letting that one go through. Good take there by the captain, number 16, Benjamin.
That was fast and flat.
Yes.
A sort of a slow medium type delivery.
Well, these days you see spin bowlers bowling very fast because as the ball is new, to get it skid off the ground. So you will not look more for the rip, you will look for the skidder or slide or whatever we call them. A lot of arm balls bowled there from Hodge, and Hodge will be very much alert to this condition. You've been part of the VPL that has been played on many occasions, so he's somewhat familiar with these territories. I'm not too sure if he have ever played on this track per se. And this one is driven out to cover. They should trace it because the outfield is a bit heavy because of the early showers, and they should get settle for 2. So they settle for 2 more to the total, 14.
15.
Yes, it's 16 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over.
Yes, and 3 runs in that over. That's 16 for the loss of 1 after over number 3. And the approach continues. Said is important for both sides. And the Dominica need 9 wickets. Grenada need 108 from 20 overs. So it's really loaded for Grenada, but Dominica's really putting up a fight thus far.
Well, Vincent took, the luxury of that left arm swinging that ball across Bishop, and Just after it left the stumps, it just swung back, and the keeper was able to get it over his head.
Yes, that lateral movement after it had passed the batsman, but certainly is a good delivery and a good attempt there by Bishop looking to get some runs. So it's an intriguing battle that is on here.
There will be, and because the Dominicans, a good pace here, but as well, you call him a right arm fast medium, and that zipped cross there very quickly. Oh, again. So Bishop is flirting with danger just across that back foot punch. There is a slip waiting, and there's a backward point, somewhat of a gully position for that back foot shot. So they have already analyzed that Teddy Bishop is one who likes to play off his back foot there.
Yes, and certainly two good deliveries there by Vincent Lewis, just outside the off stump, and that lateral movement taking it away from Bishop, who really played two very aggressive shots, missed both, and taking head high, although it's a very diminutive wicket-keeper in Benjamin, but head high. And I think we have some exciting cricket here this afternoon.
Very well. This one is over the top, and that is what Teddy is looking to do. 1, 2, let's see, and it's gone into the boundary rope now. 4 runs, and that was always on the card. That is what Teddy is looking to do.
Yes, a bit closer to him, closer to the off stump. He threw his bat at it, took a spiral into the air, but the power from Bishop, and that ball actually just rolled over the line despite the heavy outfield, and another boundary. As I said, Grenada on the charge, Dominica attacking them. So I think we have some exciting cricket here.
Yes, and that was somewhat of a golf shot, and where it spooned in the air. And I think there will be some field change, because clearly it was common sense and common knowledge that the batsman is looking to go over cover. The angle of the left hand is carrying it over cover. So they have made that adjustment. And that's a fine cricket shot. He met him down the track and delivered that one straight over mid-on, and another shot for 4.
Yes, right in the slot, too close to Bishop, and he drove it sweetly and straight over his head. One bounce into the boundary for another boundary. Bishop is on the charge. Lowe's is attacking him. Another boundary to the Grenadian cause, as the race is up now to 24 for the loss of 1.
So 100 runs more to get. As, this one is caught. Oh, goodness me. Flew straight over first slip. And an opportunity gone begging for the first slip there. And 4 more to the total.
Someone had just called me. They're asking if the game has restarted. I told them yes. So they are going to switch on and see what's happening. So another boundary there to Bishop.
Yes.
The 3 consecutive boundaries. The charge is on, and the Dominica may be rattled by those 3 shots. Some field adjustments here, whereby Lewis is going into the black hole, so to speak, and Bishop is having none of it. A 1 fine shot, and 2 that took the outer portion of the bat. Let's see what happens with this 4th delivery.
Well, excellent shot past the man at point. He should cut that off. The fielder there. And they come back for 2. So I like the approach of Bishop. It is saying that I'm not here for much long, and I want to get business done. I can't remember he's coming off a half century from yesterday. And the thing I like about Bishop, as the over comes to an end of the 3rd over, it's 29 that will be for 1. And the thing I like about Bishop is that he plays his shot so much without power. It's just sheer timing.
Yes, that's 14 in that over. Very expensive over, in light of the fact it's a small target and not many overs, but a big over in the context of what is happening here at the Cumberland playing field. Grenada trying to score 124 in 23 overs, a revised target towards winning this game here against Dominica, who got 105 for 4 when they batted.
A different pedigree of batting here from Jeremiah, who's facing up to Kevin Hodge. He knows that Hodge is more
very
of an
tight.
experienced
It's very
bowler,
tight.
yes.
But they're taking it out of the other bowler.
Yes, they should. And this one is played into the mid-wicket region, no run. and there's a feeler in the deep mid wicket region for that lofted shot if they had to consider even sweeping. So a great show here going on. 30 without for one, 30 for one into over number 5. And, Hodge. Slow the ball, loud appeal. Umpire, stay unmoved. And the umpire, stay unmoved. And my goodness, in disbelief, the Dominicans cannot believe that the umpire is not moved.
Our wicketkeeper, Hodge and Benjamin, was very, very confident when the moment the ball passed. And umpire Williams decided it's not out. I'm looking at the monitor to see if I have seen anything. I haven't seen anything, so I cannot judge to say he did nick it, but there was an extremely confident appeal, and from all appearances, the body language seemed to suggest that he nicked it.
And the thing I like about Jeremiah, I believe in fair play, but the thing is he allowed the umpire to make the decision.
Well, the Australians say you walk when your vehicle run out of gas.
And he lived to fight another day for the Grenadians. Good afternoon to everybody in Grenada watching.
Good afternoon to our viewers in Dominica as well. It's what they call a road time to get home. Yes, road time as they journey to their various homes.
Yeah. A lot of viewers tuned in. A lot of people outside of the Windward Islands tuned in. When friend from Barbados, Liz Hoyt, watching on. So she's watching cricket. I hope she's not on duty watching cricket on the boss here. But Hodge to Bishop. Hodge, this time it should be taken. Dropped. Struck fiercely. But he was always pulling him towards the ball, and it evades him at the last moment. And clearly, Bishop is in business, and he means business.
He definitely means business here. He should have been taken.
Yes, should have been taken.
Powerfully struck, but he should have taken it. He missed, and has gone to the boundary to add salt to the wound. It went for a boundary. Maybe it had hit his hand and fell around him and it got a single. It would have been different. But it struck his hand and went over into the boundary for 4. But certainly, Bishop is on the charge, 36-1 after 5 overs. And Grenada really put in the Dominican bowlers to the test there in this all-aggressive approach, trying to get 124 in 23 overs. Not an easy task, but the intention thus far seemed to suggest that they are making no bones about it. We are going all out, guns blazing towards getting these runs.
Well, 19 for Bishop. As we have a new bowler, change of bowling. Yeah, and Jeremiah seems to be. So Jeremiah seems to be on the quiet side since the fact that since Bishop is going. So Alexander is a new bowler. This one is a bit wide outside the half stump. Oh, Jasion Alexander. He was in when the rain came, batting with Hodge, who made a 50. But this time he has ball in hand. And he's gentle off spinner. He's not really doing much with the ball because it's new. So this one is in the air, dropping short of the fielder. So Jason and the Dominicans realize that spin at this time will do a lot of curtailing of runs. So they have deployed a spin a bit too short. They should have been 2, but good work there from the Dominican on the boundary there. Able to restrict an extra run. So Another run to the total makes it 38 for one. In the quest of 124.
Interesting to see Bishop's approach to the slow bowlers because he has gotten some runs so far off the seamers. So interesting to see how he's going to approach the slow bowlers.
Yeah, and what he has to do, what Alexander has to realize is that if you put pace on, Bishop will be equal to the task. So you have to allow him to manufacture his own strength. If we look at his stature, Bishop's stature, he doesn't look like a guy who pack a punch, but he hits the ball very hard. This one is mightily heaved. Talking about packing a punch, and Jeremiah said, "Okay, let me show you how I could do it." And he got enough onto it and put it straight over the boundary ropes as the last ball of the over, and the over comes to an end.
Yes, at the end of over number 6, there are 45 without loss, 45 for 1 into this black hole, and is Jeremiah?
Yep.
Who put that one away quite comfortably over widest long on for a maximum, and the total races up down to 45 for the loss of 1 over number 6. Wow. So they're going at more than the required run rate, and certainly it doesn't matter whether you're a slow bowler or a seamer. But the thing about it, what I believe the spinner need to do is bowl a faster, flatter trajectory and allow the batsman to use their shoulder power rather than giving them easy runs in terms of throwing it in the air. Because yes, you need wickets, and at the same time you're taking a gamble. The score is not 300, it's 124. But let's hope for the best.
Yes, I think with that delivery, the last ball of the over there, is that he tried to push it through too fast, and then there was Jeremiah equal to the task, awaiting him. And had he looped it more and asked Jeremiah to manufacture his own strength, then that would have been may have been a different result.
Could have easily cocked it into the air to long on or long off.
Yeah,
but he went too close, and with him having such powerful shoulders, ball went sailing over the ropes for a maximum.
Easily. So a change of bowler at the river end for Dominica. So a good thing about the captain is allowing different change. So no one is allowed to settle. So Lavia.
Tyson
Lavia.
Gilson Tyson.
I
think he's a medium fast bowler. I saw him bowl yesterday at Sign Hill. I think he's a medium fast bowler.
Right.
What surprised me, Dominica, normally who are well renowned for spinners or slow bowlers, the team seem to be lacking that this year. They packed it with medium fast bowler. I don't know if it's T20 cricket that has forced them into this corner here, because generally Dominica, with some of the better spinners in the winners over the years.
Oh. Well, this could be a run out. Oh, my goodness me. So there was a misfield there, and there was a better yes, no, yes. And you spoke about the concept of running between wicket, but there was yes, no, yes.
It's not yes, no, wait. It's yes, no, yes.
Right.
And had he picked it up, he certainly would have had a shot.
Yes.
At the nearest stump, but he did not pick it up cleanly. And the Grenadian opening batsman survived. Something seemed to have happened out there with the umpire. Maybe the bowler's foot marks or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it appears that way, that the bowler would have slid a bit. So we see the umpire signaling towards the ground staff.
They are slow in moving, because whatever is the problem, or maybe they're trying to get maybe some sawdust or whatever it is that we are not sure. But the umpire Byron is going to that end. There seems to be a problem with the foot marks there.
Yes, clearly, as we see umpire Byron. They're inspecting the square.
And the players are moving away from the northern end. Afran Bayam made an overthrow to Williams. I find the ground staff is fairly slow in coming out for if they do need the ground staff support.
Well, I think the message was not clear to them as to what they would need. As we're seeing, communication has been done there as to a borrow. See that is signal for a borrow.
Well, they're not really missing any action. We are whilst we're waiting the ground staff to determine whatever's happened out there. Was it a spike left in the ground? Am I right in seeing it? Because what we see
The heavy hammer.
The heavy hammer. Maybe one of the nails that went in to hold the covers may have been there. I'm not too sure. But certainly everybody has moved away because it's not sawdust. He's going out with a hammer.
So a heavy hammer.
Yeah, heavy hammer.
Maybe the area need to pound down
or something of the sort. We're not too sure.
Because bowler's mark may have caused the something like a gutter. So we're seeing a little sandbag in one of the groundsman's hands. So I'm not too sure. We just watch on to see. But if you have just joined us or rejoined us, we are seeing that the Dominicans, they batted first this morning, and they were 105 for 4 in 30 overs. Well, in 31 overs when the rain came, and it came so much that it has to be the Duckworth Lewis had to come into play, and by doing so, Grenada was sent to bat here at 10 past 4 local time, 10 past 4 p.m. and they were inserted to make 124. They are 45 for 1, and Teddy Bishop, he's on 20, and Johan Jeremiah, he's on 15 from 6 overs.
What I'm trying to figure out what may have happened out there, seems as if they are playing some sawdust or something of the sort, and there needs to be tapping it in with the heavy hammer. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I'm seeing out there with the ground staff.
They're trying to full up that area.
Full up that area, yeah.
Yeah, where bowler, their spikes would have hit those areas. So it has nothing to do with the wet surface, just a spike problem.
Have dug a little area there. Yeah, cut the area, the tough area. As we see, they are applying more sawdust, as you can see here now.
Yes.
And that's Selwyn Lavia, good friend from Sandy Bay area. And we just temporarily hold up play here with Dominica 45 for the loss of 1. 10 overs is gone. Trying to get 124 to win in 23 overs. Dominica themselves batted this morning and they got to 105 for 4 from 30 overs. And with all the rain that came, loss of time. And they seem even more than the others because they're spending much longer time there. But we're saying they're trying to compound it. Compact it. We just wait and see. So to our viewers here locally in Dominica, good afternoon and drive home. Grenada, for those who are driving home, lovely network of roads in Grenada, I can tell you that.
Of course.
So we just wait to see how things will pan out here. But certainly Grenada on the charge. And Dominica trying to stop this charge by putting up a lot of stoplights.
Yes.
To try and see if it could curb the rate of scoring, but the Grenadians are scoring in boundaries.
Well, the flair and the spice of the Grenadian batsman has always come to fruition.
They thought they might have brought up some spice from
Yes,
Grenada.
they would have. And the people in Grenville, good afternoon to the people in the Market Square. St. George's. Sotters, yes. Rich Grove and St. Paul's.
Granans,
a very good beach there.
Excellent. One of the best in the west.
Yes. So, and Grenada on the whole is a good place for vacation.
A wonderful place. At least a matter of the Windward Islands itself is a wonderful set of islands to visit.
But here comes Lavia to continue on business, and then this slight interruption did not even bother Teddy Bishop. Teddy Bishop just rocked back and pulled it over deep mid-wicket. 6 runs.
Back of a length, the biggest 6 we have seen here for the day. Back of a length, he withdrew, gave himself room and clouted it on the perimeter wall closer to the public main road for a huge 6. And Bishop definitely on the charge. He's in high gear.
High gear. And I hope he will understand that the terrains here in St. Vincent's are not the best. So let's see how he approaches this one. Short of a length again. So umpire will signal 1 for the over. because they went over his shoulder. And the stature of Bishop is not one that you will be fearful for in the middle of the night.
Quite true, and they are going resorting to that same. They were just temporarily repaired or tended to, and umpire came and did what he had to do. He's still there, sort of trying to compact it with his feet. Maybe he's dug it a bit further, especially if he's carrying spikes.
Well,
But they're showing concern again in the same area. So maybe the compaction did not have the desired effect.
well, I would say if it is temporary, once it's hit again, once the bowler hit that area again, there is a possibility because it's your landing foot that is dropping there, and most of your body weight goes onto that area. So there is a possibility that if he hit the direct spot, you could remove or shift the soil that was just compact there.
Probably that is what has happened because the umpire by him now trying to use his right leg, right foot to try and see what he can do. He's using his left one now. So I think you're quite right. Maybe the effort he's putting in may have removed the temporary soil that was placed there or sawdust or whatever they used, and it just has removed it again. And they will continue to remove it because there's nothing permanent. It's just a temporary situation here. But certainly that last shot from Bishop was a tremendous hit for six, way over mid-wicket, and they resorted to a nice snorting of a bouncer to him. And how unfair it is the cricket whereby you just slam there with a maximum real insulting blow, and then I responded with a beautiful bouncer, and you're telling me I can only bowl one?
Well, that's the game for you, and the rules have changed. I want to know how uncomfortable it will be now for Lavier to be bowling, knowing that he has to be careful with that run-up area, and it will spark some concern for him. And there you see him still showing his disgust. No, not really angry about the situation, but a little bit of uncomfortableness creeping in there as you see the skipper coming down to aid him in the process too.
Well, there are some uncertainty in relation to the area. They're looking at the area, and players held up. There's some gesticulation out there from the body language. They are concerned. They are really concerned about it. As players have been held up, maybe I descending for the ground staff again because you can see who is that has gone to the area again because the Grenada, the St. Lucians, definitely not the St. Lucians. Dominicans are very concerned about the area. Umpire Williams is going to Afran Bayam, and it's a game of cat and mouse. We're not too sure what's happening out there.
Yeah, and the Dominicans, the Grenadians bring up their 50 with that pull shot for six. And what they need to understand is that if they have to use whatever mechanism now, they have to use it wisely because clearly Grenada is ahead of the current run rate.
Yeah, but the overs has to be bowled. Some part of the overs has to be bowled to constitute a match, and they're still discussing. I should say in the middle there was the real concern. The hole may have gotten bigger, or as I said, with the spike, it may have removed what was put there, and they're showing a real concern.
Well, another signal towards that.
I wonder if they're summoning the match referee.
Yeah, I think they're summoning the match referee.
I think that is what is happening because they are showing real concern, and we are far away from it. We're not too sure what is the real problem, but we can only let our viewers know the Dominicans are showing real concern for the bowler with the bowler's footmark. Do we have a camera that can zoom in to see what's happening? We're trying to some piece of technology here.
I sure the ITFX camera crew will be able to.
There's real concern there. Everybody is around the area, the affected area.
Yes.
And we're asking for our technicians to zoom in for us to see exactly what's the problem. So I rather suspect the spikes would have dug out that area. May have been
as we see the
a
camera
hole
crew
that is affecting the bowlers, and it's very difficult to. We see the ground staff is going, groundsman in Lavi is going back out with the same sledgehammer,
Yeah.
And we really like to see exactly
Yes.
what's
Yeah.
happening. So for viewers, play has been temporarily halted with a bit of a problem out there in relation to what transpired in the bowler's foot mark in that area just around the popping crease. We are not really too sure what is happening.
Yes. As we see, Bishop is there. Yeah, just where that umpire is stamping the area there. The umpire having a bit of conversation there with Bishop, just in the way a bit.
I see number 15 Bishop is blocking our way from the
Yeah,
cameras.
I'm
We
not
really
sure if you
can't
don't want
see.
us to get a view.
If he is just shifted out of the way, we'll definitely see what is happening. But clearly there is a hole there, that is for sure. And they're trying to patch it up. And there's a lot of speculation of the ground staff. Lavier, he's trying to see what he can do. And all the time is just going, and it's not 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
We see Bishop moving now, so maybe we'll be able to see. Maybe you can get closer to me and let's describe it to our viewers. Seems to be a hole.
Yeah. As he's still packing,
They're packing in stuff. But it will come out because the guy has on spikes. And once he has bowled, it will be
But as we're seeing there's some packing going on there, and the heavy hammer is being used. There you go, packing, thumping.
yes, I'm seeing it now. They're trying to compact it with the
Yes.
piece of.
So clearly it is a problem of the footmark
Mhm.
per se, and work has been done there to get it the soil as much as possible.
It's pretty difficult because the bowler with his spikes on is going to dig it out again. There's no two ways about it. So we have been told that some rain is settling in the Spring Village area where the rain normally comes from.
Yes.
So
Well, from the mountainside.
from the mountainside. And this delay is not doing the result any good really, because it is a delay of concern to the Dominican bowlers, the Dominican team, and quite rightly so. So play has been temporarily halted, and we're hearing a little bit of a drizzle on the roof where we are. And we just wait to see what's happening. So Dominica 105 for 4 from their 30 overs, and Grenada at the interruption, they were 51 from that powerful 6 a while ago from Bishop. 51 for the loss of 1. We're going to over number 11. 12 more overs to be delivered, and a matter of 62 runs to the goats. So temporarily suspension here of play. Everybody's around there showing real concern. The hole may have gotten wider from those 2 deliveries. And interesting enough, the 30 over the Dominica batting, nobody complained.
Well, the chuck was hard at that time. The sun was out, and you're right in terms of the bowling. But clearly, the wear and tear now is one that is a bit uncomfortable for Lavier. As we see, the work has been done. We could clearly see there's some work, patting down there from the umpire.
Still stamping the area. You can clearly see where the patchwork is being done.
Yes.
But the bowler is coming into bowl. That's Tyson to bowl in that area. We'll see what happens after one delivery where he lands again to see exactly what will happen. We are not really too sure.
Well,
we have lost somewhere about nearly 10 minutes of play.
Clearly, we want to see how much it will affect Teddy Bishop. It doesn't seem as if it will impact him much.
So Tyson will be continuing from the southern end. A bit of a drizzle.
So another situation here again.
Try to describe it because everybody seems still concerned about it.
Well, this one seems to be a feeling position of who wants to.
Part of the delaying tactics, I believe.
Yes, we've seen feelers pointing all over the place, so it is a bit of hold up here.
It's one of these difficult situations for us to describe. The umpire has the ball in his hand. The Dominican players, umpire Williams is speaking to skipper Benjamin. Umpire
Bayam
Ba-
is coming
Bayam is
across.
coming across. They're going to have a discussion just off the playing surface itself. And we are left wondering what is this that's really been happening out there. We
Well,
see Bayam is speaking to Williams, and he's going back to his position. Williams is going back to him. It's just a backward and forward.
and the rain, the little dew that is falling is exposing the pitch now to get disintegrate more and more, because if that is exposed to rain,
It will even be worse.
worse, and then sliding and all these things will come into
Well,
play.
we see our friend Bayam is moving towards our area. He has stopped. Both umpires looking towards to come towards the pavilion. You can see the hand, the gesticulation there of Bayam. We're not sure. We're really not too sure what is happening. Play has been temporarily halted. 51 for 1 into over number 11. And we just await to see what eventually would happen.
I think they're trying to summon the match referee to see what is what, and the two batsmen in the middle.
Are they going to abandon the game?
Well, I cannot speak for what is going on in the middle.
We don't know. We're just speculating.
And,
whereby the two batsmen are close to each other. Umpires, one is going back to square, like that is Bayam. The other is going down to the presiding end. The Dominican players are huddled together at the southern end. We're still in the middle of a muddle here as to what is really happening.
well, so Winwood Island Senior Men Tournament 50 overs, sponsored by the National Lot 3.
Being played here at the Cumberland playing
Cumberland,
field
yes.
on the northwestern side of St. Vincent Grenada. Here
And
the
another
umpires,
conversation again.
another conversation with umpire Williams and skipper Hodge and Benjamin. Wow. A bit of a confusing situation.
Well, I think what Benjamin is trying to do is the safety of his players.
It's correct.
Which is correct thing to do. So he wants to make sure that Lavier, but let's see how Bishop will approach the situation. And here he gonna abort that run. So all kind of thing, and the over is still to complete. So the thing is,
It's one of these ticklish kind of situations.
Yes.
We're not sure what is happening. We can only say to our viewers what we are seeing is happening.
yes, and
I'm wondering if it's a question of cooling things down or time wasting. I don't know. I just don't know. Just a ball has not been bowled in the last, 10, 12 minutes?
this time it's down the track. And so here we see
That was back of a length.
Yes.
And the young man
Bishops.
from Bishops gave himself room and swatted it horizontally back on the onside towards long on, and he got a single. It's 52 now for the loss of 1 Grenada. As the left hand right hand combination, the field changes over. So it's all is part of the delaying process.
well, Lavier again. Good carry to the keeper. It's good to see that the game has been played still, despite all the atrocities. And Lavier seems not to pick up a rhythm as yet. And I'm not too sure if
He's still in his first over here.
yes, and he's not that comfortable with a lot of things around him. So this one is short in there, could be taken. Can he? Taken. Oh my goodness me! He had to relay it back in, and realizing that he is gonna go into the rope, he quickly get rid of it. A great attempt there.
Yes, a great attempt there. It's a bouncer, and he went at it up into the air. Excellent effort trying to make a catch, but the body, as we see it generally in cricket today, T20s, got very close to the bunker rope, but threw it away from himself rather than going for 6, because the momentum and the speed at which he was traveling, if he held on to it, it would have been 6. So he threw it back, rolled over the rope, and then came back, picked it up, and they got 2 runs. Excellent effort there on the part of the
And
Dominican.
he did say 4, so
He signaled for?
save.
Oh,
Save.
he saved the 4.
Yes.
Yes. So at the end of that over, it's 50 what?
58,
58 for
54. Sorry, 54 for one.
54 for one. That's 9 runs in the over. So 54
So
after
20
7.
27 to Bishop, 17 to Jeremiah.
Alexander.
Oh, this one skid off the surf, and you see that's what I'm talking about, the dew
The
impact.
Jew itself, exactly. And Bishop is making his intentions known.
Yes, he should, and that's what he's intending to do. Over the ropes, mightily struck over the head of the bowler, 6 runs.
Yes. Flighted that one, and Bishop on the charge lifted it nonchalantly into the perimeter fence, and here on over long on for another maximum as Grenada rolls on. They are motoring on via Bishop. They are 60 for the loss of 1 over number 10.
This one is swatted it out to deep mid wicket. Cleaned up now. So Teddy Bishop showing real business, real urgency in his scoring. And, see that rag is being pulled out a couple of times. This one is heaved by Johan Jeremiah. So quiet times here. Much better over that is not interrupted by any footmarks.
Jeremiah giving support to Bishop, who is really on the charge. He's going guns blazing here at Cumberland.
Oh, this one is in the air, could be taking 1 bounce. Oh my goodness me. And that field overran that one with number 4 on his back, overran it. And by the time you realize it, it spun back. And these are things that you should know as a
Yeah, that's
as a fielder.
Mikel Xavier just made a meal of it and should have stopped it where they've gotten a single. But at the end, there's another boundary to Bishop.
Carry the total to 66. So they're showing signs of early exit to a win. This one, Bishop is down, can't pass Alexander. Brings the over to an end. So at the end of the over, it is 66 to 1.
Yeah, after 8 overs, and certainly they're well on their way towards this 124, just over the halfway mark, with some 15 overs still to come, and Dominica really looking down the barrel at the moment. But the wicket of Bishop probably can slow things down.
Yes, it can, and but Jeremiah will look to stay there more and get business up quickly.
Yeah, with is that Hodge will resume from his son then, or the off spinner?
You know?
Is that Alexander? Jason Alexander?
Yeah, just see on.
Jacin Alexander?
This one over the top of square. Over the top of square and into the square like boundary. 4 runs. Tyrone Theophil.
We are definitely far away from it. It's Theophil,
Yeah, the new
short of a
bowler.
length on the legs of Jeremiah, and he just helped himself to a boundary. The ball is a bit wet with the moisture from that drizzle a while ago. Much better line, much better length. He defended it back to the ball, and there is no run. So Grenada motoring away at 70 for 1 in over number into over number 9.
Yep.
Theophil into Jeremiah. Back he goes, looking to squeeze.
Oh,
It could be a run out here, but it's
This could
very
be
slow.
close, yes. I think the man at point, they were sleeping You cannot be looking for wicket and a ball is tapped there at point. You're not at deep point. You're at the conventional point. And a spinner is bowling, and good running there from Bishop. Cannot discredit him for his alertness there. So shows that he's really into business and wants to get things over with quickly.
From the drizzle rain and the bit of a stoppages, we're seeing the hot sun again. The sun is out in all its glory on the western side overlooking the sea, the Caribbean Sea. That one flighted, and Bishop pushed this one back to Theophile, and there is no run. 71, I think it is.
Yeah.
71 for 1. As Theophile to bowl to the aggressive Bishop. Down the track he goes, and this one driven, bomb ball back to the bowler, no run, 71 for 1. And the experience, Theophile trying to see what he can do towards effecting a breakthrough, and most of the wicket of Theophile. Apparently they have called for a new ball. Everything is happening.
And it's happening from the river end again.
The river end again, everything is happening, 71 for 1. As umpire, the third umpire will have to move out to the box of balls for one to choose. Maybe the ball, the seam, made it soft and got cut or something of the sort, and it's going to be changed. But really and truly, all sorts of things are happening here at the Cumberland playing field in St. Vincent and Grenadines, with Grenada on the charge trying to get 124 to win from 23 overs. They are now 71 for the loss of 1, with Bishop seriously on the charge, and he is on what, 30 what? We need to know.
He's on 38.
He's on 38, and Jeremiah
23.
So they're really on the charge as the ball has been changed. Again, all the action is from the southern end, or the Kingston end, so to speak, as the sun beams down here at the Cumberland playing field with no hill, mountain, anything on that side. The sunshine is coming in, and maybe we'll have light for next hour, but with the rate at which they're going, I do not think we need to be here for the next hour, moving on the cricket, because they're really going at a serious rate, at about 9 and over, thereabout. So if they continue like this, they will get in about 15 overs, 14, 15 overs.
It will be better for you to travel all the way to the south of the island.
Well, I have a job to do. Get the job done. It doesn't matter. Down he goes and strokes that one through the covers. They're going to get 1. They should get 2. That's Bishop avoiding the boundary. And the return is a wide one. And Benjamin did well to stop that at the end of the over.
So bring the over to an end at 72. 72
for 1 from 9.
73.
73, they are definitely going at just about 8 and over. And 8 to 12, one of us. Maybe by about the 15th over there, about they should be home if they continue this rate.
Well, the Grenadians seem not to be slowing down at any time, as we see a new bowler being introduced by the Dominicans. So it appears that they have bowling for this tournament in terms of different varieties. And the new bowler,
Brian Joseph.
The
thing about it is, I said Dominic over the years has been renowned for its spinners, slow bowlers, but this attack is basically being based on seam. That is surprising to me. Laura, Kentish, John Louis, Etienne, all these pretty good spinners out of Dominica.
This one could be close if he hits it. And straight to him. Hodge. So brings Bishop in strike. So good start to the over there from Joseph.
Joseph?
Yes. So Joseph, see how he approaches to Bishop. Bishop in a no nonsense. He could be in there. Well, it's converging. 3 players converging there. And they're able to come back for the second run. Fortune favor the brave.
a lot of height, but no distance, and it fell safely between the cow corner area, whitish long on, and even the fielder there, straightish mid wicket, actually ran back. It went so high, but it fell safely, and he gets another two.
Well, looking for wicket. It's slower, bit slower. So he's not giving full pace on to Bishop. So he's asking Bishop to, you're a very slim, slender fella. So let me see what you're packing.
I think he doesn't have the pace that Bishop is looking for. So,
Yes.
so he's not able to use its upper body power. So he has to delay the shot and just try and guide it out for a single or two. So one powerfully struck, and there is no run. The total remains on 76? Thereabout?
Yes. 77 to be precise.
77. Umpire moving across, and everything seems to be happening at the southern end. You have to wait in the umpire to move from the onside to the offside.
Slower delivery again. And I think the movement is to adjudge if there is a possible run out because the sun is going down on the western side and it would be telling in his face. So you would want to get a better view in the likely event of a run out.
78 for the loss of one. Grenada motoring to 124, looking for victory and to record their first victory, having been beaten by St. Lucia yesterday. Bearing in mind the other game between St. Vincent Grenadines and St. Lucia was abandoned all year. This one is swung, this one. Oh my goodness, a tremendous effort there from Bishop's hitting that one to the left of the whitish and mid wicket and straightish mid wicket, Alexander, and he got a hand to it, couldn't hold on to it. The end of the over as the score is 79 now, 79 for the loss of one after 10 overs. That's 7.9 per over. So we say probably next 6 or so overs at the rate they can probably finish this game. But the sun is out, as you keep seeing all the shadows of the players, the umpires, everyone. You can see it elongated out there, out on the field. And it's a glorious afternoon to probably have a sea bath.
Yes, I'm not sure if the water will be that clean because of the amount of rain that came. But it would have been ideal to have one thereafter. So you see the intense
Field to that one
yep.
to Bishop. Mistimed it out to mid wicket, no run, 79 for 1 into over number 11. Theophile to bowl to Teddy Bishop from the Kingston or Southern End in. Back he goes and an inner edge from Bishop and onto his pad. Fortunate for him, it did not bounce onto the stumps. Near miss there for Bishop, and Dominica came closest towards getting another victim to set back the Grenadians a bit, with Bishop more so, who is in this ultra aggressive mode. Theophile in. This one flighted and stopped there, straightish mid wicket, and there is no run. So we've seen 2 dot balls, which is fairly rare in this run chase. As Theophile, right arm from the southern end or the Kingston end, here at the Cumberland playing field. Grenada on the charge, Theophile in. Back he goes and forced it out to the man at extra cover, out to long off. Came in very, very quickly, that's Hodge. And a single ensues. It's now 80. 80 for the loss of 1 into over number 11. Grenada trying to get 124 to win in 23 overs. Well, but they're well on their way. It's a question of how can Dominica restrict them at least a couple of dot balls well in to see exactly what happened. But Bishop particularly is dealing in the boundaries. Theophile in. Back he goes and just stabs this one out on the offside. And there is no addition to the total. 80 for 1 over number 11. Probably this is the cheapest over, the lowest over scored thus far in this chase here. As Theophile just one in the over, really checking things a bit here with all his experience. In. Back he goes, looking to force it out on the offside. The end of a pretty good over. low scoring over there, and at least I put the brakes a little bit on the
Grenada.
Dominic Grenada batting.
Yes, and that is something that you would want to do is to put the little stall on the run scoring to see Johan and Bishop approach if they would go raw, aggressive, and may lose a wicket in doing so.
Yes, and I'm certain that Dominic will be hoping for a wicket or two towards slowing the run rate to which the Dominicans are going. But we'll see how it goes with the Grenadians. Would ease up in terms of the run rate, or would they accelerate to the new batsmen? It's all conjecture. As we see, the bowler from this end will be Joseph. From this another end, in. And he hits this one back past the bowler who got a hand to it. Should have stopped it, but he did well because it could have easily traveled for a boundary, and just a single ensues. 81 for the loss of one into over number 12. 11 overs remaining, and Grenada needing another 43 runs. Joseph in, and he hits this one. This is a maximum. This is a maximum. Too close to the batsman, and he just weighed into it and just carted it over wide long on for another maximum, another 6. And we talk about checking the run rate, but this one has accelerated the run rate and made life a little easier for Grenada. So the inspection of the ball done there by Byron as it came off the wall, the perimeter wall here at the Cumberland playing field, as Joseph continues from this northern and in. And outside the off stump, and is going to go close to that boundary. It does 4 runs. Outside the off stump, taking the outer portion of the bat with no slip, third man in to the boundary for another 4. A spot of scoring after that slow over there, low over from Theophile, and it's now up to 91. 91 for the loss of 1. And Grenada really motoring their way, I would say, to a victory here. And what can Dominica do? If you're in the position, what can they do?
Well, the most they could do now is to see how much they could get rid of Bishop and see how much they could apply pressure again onto the innings.
Joseph in outside the off stump, driving, missed, taken cleanly by skipper Benjamin. Total remain 91 for the loss of 1. We're into over number 12. 91 for 1 into over number 12. So there's no slip. There's a third man, square cover point, deep extra cover, straightish, mid off, in. And he swings this one away. I think it will line enough to reach the boundary. It does 4 runs. Back of a length, and on the back foot, he waited in it and picked his spot. Widest long on to the boundary for another 4. It's 95 for the loss of 1. And there's really no stopping the Grenadian pair here in Bishop and Jeremiah. Certainly motoring their team seemingly to a comfortable victory.
So 95.
95 for 1, and now we are seeing a rearrangement in the field here. Deep mid wicket comes into play, and the long off has come up a bit to mid off. Time he stabs this one out on the offside, looking for a single, maybe to give Bishop the strike. It's the end of the over. He didn't succeed. 95 for the loss of 1. 15 from that over, as the previous over had 1.
Well, they will welcome. They had to capitalize, knowing that Theophile bowled a very good over, economical one, and the umpire now is starting to look at their watches. It's just a passing cloud, nothing yet to query as to the dawn.
I think the light is still playable.
Yeah.
There's a cloud that has gone, sun has gone under those clouds, but certainly has gotten, the light has faded a little bit.
Yeah, it will come back out though.
You are from this area?
Yes.
You would know far better than I do. Tend to depend on your local knowledge.
Yes. Yeah. I've played here many times.
You originally from where? Chumaka?
Spring Village.
Spring Village. Oh, just close by neighbor.
Yeah.
And that bowler up there, who is that bowler going to be?
It's Hodge. Who comes back
Cavem
on
Hodge
too.
comes back.
Yep.
Back he goes outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Benjamin, and there is no run. 95 for the loss of 1. Grenada trying to get 124 to win in 23 overs to win this Windward Islands 50 over game. Outside the off stump he goes and he slams that one, and well fielded there by that man. Square cover point, he goes
Lavier.
up to 1. Lavier. And he individually, Bishop is how many? Close to 50?
He's on 1346.
46 thereabout, and Ben Jeremiah on
39.
39. 46 39. As Hodge trying to see if he can affect a breakthrough for Dominica. They had a wicket in the second over. It was 12 for 1 at the end of the second over. But since then, things have become very tough for them, and quite a lot of boundaries and maximums have been struck. And you know your condition quite well. The sun is back out. That's Hodge from that southern end in. Outside the off stump, wide signal by umpire Williams. Another run to the total. 97 now. 97 for the loss of 1. Hodge left arm in. Looking to cut, miss, taken cleanly by Benjamin. And the total remains 97 for 1. 26 more runs to the good for Grenada to win this game. Dominica need 9 wickets. Outside the off stump, and he cuts that one high into the air, horizontal shot. Back he goes into the air, deliberate, a sort of a 20-20 shot. And it went over and to the right of the man on the sweeper position. That's to tell exactly what is happening. And it's gone for 4. And that brings up the 100.
Yes, and 100 for 101 for 1.
101 for 1. 22 more runs to the good. That was a tremendous shot.
Yes, it was. He waited on it. He realized that Hodge is speeding the ball through, skidding it through. So he just used the pace and get it over the man at point and wide-ish from the man at deep cover.
And this one going a long way, and it's bounced onto the fencing close to the area where you can go and have a cibat. Another maximum there too. Jeremiah said he'll put him up now. We've got to get his scores close to 50, you know.
Yes, he's very close.
49, I think, from what he last time he told me. He's 39, and there's 10, 4 and a 6. So he should be 49.
Yep.
And 107. 107 now for the loss of 1, and Grenada really powering their way to a victory here against the Dominican bowling attack. Wide outside the off stump and through to the keeper. No run, just an addition to the total. 108. 108 for 1. 108 for 1. And the match is coming close to his finish. Hodge in. And there's other people caught behind, and he's gone. A slow delivery, looking to guide it through slip, and he nicked it, and the appeal went up, similar to the one that they just turned down, and umpire lifted his finger very quickly, and Jeremiah goes, I think,
one shot of his 50.
He got to 49.
Yes.
As Grenada lose their second wicket at 108 for 2. Caught Benjamin off Hodge for 49. A wicket that Dominica deserves.
Yes, it has been weighing on their chest to get one quickly, and this strike, they would have also liked to see the back of Teddy, who have given a couple of opportunities but was not taken, and he's still there.
Yeah, a couple of half chances. Had they taken one of those half chances, who knows what may have happened. But be that as it may, there's a good old glorious saying, catches win matches. I tend to say the reverse. Drop catches, lose matches. 108 for 1 at the end of that over.
So Theophil has changed ends and is now coming from this commentary booth end. I'm not too sure reason for that plight, as Bishop will look to attack him, and so new batsman is Ned, number 9 on his back is on. So Bishop was on 47. It has gone a bit quiet since the spin has been introduced. As you know, he preferred to use the pace and the attack of the batsman. And
109 for 1. That's single there to Bishop, and he goes up to what, 40 watts?
He goes up to 48.
48, yes. So Jeremiah went for 49, Bishop on 48, and Newman Ned, he has to face the delivery. He's, as we tend to say, gardening the pitch, so to speak. As Theophil from this to northern end here at the Cumberland playing field in. This one driven sweetly along the ground. The perfect push, so to speak, down to long off. He's off the mark with 110. 1-1-0 for 2. Grenada looking to chalk up their first victory in this year's tournament and position themselves whereby they can still fight for a place in the final come next Sunday.
Yes, because they will, if they go on to win this game, they will be facing St. Vincent on Friday, which will be a crucial do-or-die situation where St. Vincent didn't get any result from today's game.
Well, the result here also on Friday will also determine the fate of St. Lucia.
Yes.
But they're on 3 points. They're on 3 points each. So everything hinges on the matches on Friday to determine who the finalists would be. Outside the off stump, Peel for stomping. And we see Theophil is gesticulation asking for the third umpire.
Yes, and he wants it to go upstairs.
There's no upstairs here.
Unfortunately, we are not privy to that third umpire decision.
So play continues. He's there gardening, pounding the pitch. Suddenly, what has happened to that run up there with giving all the problems? Seem to have
it's loose. And interestingly, those areas are covered from the rain, so it has nothing to do with the rain.
And he swung this
in
one.
there,
He
could be taken.
And he's on his way. Here we see Ned.
Ned.
Is it Ned or Bishop?
Ned.
Ned sweeping that one in the air. Down to, you have to identify the fielder down the deep square like Bungry. Another wicket has fallen. It's 110 for the loss.
111.
111 now for the loss of 3. 111 for the loss of 3. And a late flurry here by Dominica, as Grenada need another 13 runs, 7 wickets, and how many? 8 overs. As the end of that over, 111 for 315. 8 overs to go. 8 overs to remain in this game, and they need another 12. So it's, to me, it's really a walk in the park for Grenada.
It should be a walk in the park. But again, cricket is a very funny game. We see 2 quick wickets here for the Dominican. Had they gotten Bishops all year on, they would have sparked a different ball game.
Well, if Grenada is to lose the game, I think they should swim from here to St. George's.
I have no control over that.
They should swim. You do not lose games in this situation at this level. Hodge in. Back goes Bishop and slams that one down to the backward point. They're looking for a second one, but they curtail the run. He goes up to 1. We've got to get his official score from the scorers. I think he's on 49.
Yes,
somewhere there.
He's on 49.
49. I bring the new man in, who is number
9.
You have to get the number to get it right.
Yes,
Devani Joseph. So many Josephs is wrong here.
Yes.
So
as a matter of fact, there are 2 Joseph, 2 Ken Charles on the Grenadian team.
And we also have a Bishop.
Yep.
We don't have any Pope.
Unfortunately.
So Hodge from the southern end in. This one clipped in, and they
Well,
go
look
for
at
single.
this.
A much better field in there would have certainly affected another wicket. Clipped it straight to the fielder, and Hodge came, not Hodge, Bishop came tearing down, and Devani Joseph was late in responding his ball watching, and he returned the ball quickly to the top end. It would have been an easy run out.
Yes.
But these are little things that count in this situation here. Now 113 for the loss of 3. As Hodge in, back he goes and forces it away, and that's his half century.
Yes.
Back he goes and just forces it out to long on. He's up to 50, a belligerent 50 there from Bishop. Certainly played a lot of shots similar to the 2020 mode, and he's gone to 50 as piloting Grenada closer and closer to victory. 114 for the loss of 3, 114 for the loss of 3 into over number 16.
Yeah, but the good thing about it is second 50 for the tournament. So you fancy this area in Cumberland. This is something I want to see other batsmen doing. Assessing the condition, quickly realizing that it's a batting ball in whatever condition it is, and capitalize.
I think it's a good pitch for batting, to be honest with you. I think Dominica would have gotten close to 200, you know, hadn't it been for that interruption. Back he goes, a slower delivery, forcing him to go on the back foot and pushes it back to him, and there's no run. 114 for the loss of 3 or 115. In. Back to Hodge, and what, there could be a run out here. Well, it's all happening. Everything seems to be happening at the southern end. Describe it.
End of the over. 114 for 3. 114 for 3.
16 overs. And that one, a full toss, driven back to Hodge to his right, not his good side. He had a good dive at it, struck his hand, fell out. Then the fielder close by had a chance of a run out, didn't pick up cleanly, and the return came in, and the batsman was back. And it's all happening still late here this afternoon at 5:27 in the afternoon here at Cumberland, as Dominica still fighting. 10 more runs for victory, 8 overs, 7 overs, and it's a question of when would Grenada secure this victory. So it's Bishop facing Theophile. Back he goes and forces it out to long off. A single, he goes up to 51, and it brings the new man in.
Yes, Devani
Joseph. He is on 1, I think it is.
Yes.
1.
You have punched 1 off.
It says 115 now for 3. Certainly we're gonna. Sun is coming out, man. I thought we'll be in here to see the sunset.
Yeah.
You know the color of the sun when the sun sets? You have an idea?
I remember you gave me that the last time you said it was...
You did your homework.
Yeah. Is it green, you said? Yes, I got that one right.
Well, please, you did your homework. The color is green. You can look at it again this afternoon. By the time the sun goes down, close, we'll be sort of finished the broadcast. The game will be finished. You can have a look at it and see for yourself exactly what I'm saying. 115 for the loss of 3, 115 for 3 over number 17. As Theophile from this another end in. This one into the air, and this could go all the way. It does. Well, to be very honest with you, I never expected it to reach that far.
Really?
It just seemed to have flicked it nonchalantly, and it ended up way over the boundary for a maximum. He goes up to 7, and it's 121.
Yep.
121. 121 for the loss of 3. But certainly, I never really expected that delivery to reach that far. He just flicked it, basically. It's not a short boundary. It has some good depth.
Yes. So 121.
In. And striking him at the pad, there's a confident appeal. And the umpire lifted his finger. Very confident appeal. And umpire Bayam waited and then lifted his finger. And they have lost another wicket. And that's the 4th wicket to have gone now at 121. Him going for 7. But Bishop is still there with 51 not out. Grenada cruising to victory, but losing another wicket, losing a win in the middle. It'll be interesting had Dominica batted their overs and got to Yeah,
150 mark.
no, I think a little more than that, 175, 180.
Yes.
Only been a different ball game.
Yes, it would have been. It
But
would
be
have
that as
clearly
it may,
been.
no fault of theirs. The rains came and came heavily enough that their innings concluded 121 for 4 now. Grenada going to victory, but a bit of a stumbles along the way.
Yeah, it would bother them a bit, not by any big margin, because run rate may come into play. Losing wicket at these intervals at a measly total of 124.
No, I don't think the wickets will count. It's the run rate.
The run rate, that's what I
The
said.
run rate, yes, sorry, the run rate. Because it's important that they try to get the runs as quickly as possible. They
Yes.
still will be in good stead because they have another 7 overs, 6 overs to come after this. So
Right.
they're still in good stead. It could have been better.
Could have been.
Could have been better. But at the end of it all, we'll see what the stats will show tonight.
Yeah, because St. Vincent would have won their first game, I imagine.
Yes, so. And both of them will clash on Friday at
Yes,
Sion Hill.
they will.
So we'll see exactly what happens. But St. Lucia will be playing here
Yes,
against
with
Dominica. Dominica has grown accustomed to the here because they're playing here today and they're coming back, so they know the conditions. 121 for 4. Back he goes and stands up and just forces it out to long off.
Captain John.
That's Ryan John. He's off the mark with 122 for the loss of 4. We into over number 17.
Well, just 2 more to go.
Two more runs. Coming up to 29 minutes to 6.
Don't expect any wicket to be falling before those 2 more
Cricket
runs.
is a game of glories and certainties. One thing is certain, Grenada should win this.
Well, they should.
Back he goes and forces it out to
This
deep
should be
extra
the
cover.
game.
This should be the game. 1. They're coming back for a second one. We'll wait on the scorers to determine if that's that.
Yes.
It appears as if the scores are finished. We're waiting on the scorers to determine if they have actually reached 124. Well, apparently they have, yes.
Yes.
They definitely have reached the target of 124. So Grenada have won this game here against Dominica by 6 wickets. Dominica 105 for 4 from their 30 overs. Grenada set a revised target due to heavy rains in this area. Set 124 to win in 23 overs. Got there in 16.5 over at 124 for 4 to win by 6 wickets. Your assessment of the situation?
Yeah, the 124 was always going to be an uphill battle to curtail Grenada being the defending champion. And we see they made an effort because this is they've got 4 wickets. It would have been a different ball game had they had to make a 180, 190 to defend. And clearly the Dominicans have great pedigree of cricketers, and it's just about how they apply themselves. I think, if I'm going to be honest, they batted a bit slow this morning, which would have caused them to be in this situation. But that too came because wicket was falling at great interval and they had to rebuild strongly. And the Grenadians, you cannot take it away from them. They've been playing great cricket, excellent cricket. The bowling start of Charles, Nicholas Lewis and Nicholas Redhead, and Lewis, they would have really curtailed things for the Dominicans. And in doing so, they restrict that bowling, that run flow very heavy, and then now it allows the Dominican to lose their second game.
Yes, but the thing about it is that we must give them kudos because they came from a very perilous position with some early wickets, and one thought they could have easily collapsed under the tight bowling from Lewis and Redhead, but they stemmed it mainly due to Kavem Hodge, and eventually they got up to, they were working their way into a reasonable position when the rains came at 105 for 4 with 20 overs remaining. If even they were going at, let's say, 3 and over, they would have gotten to around 160, 170, which would certainly be in a different ball game. But be that as it may, the innings ended there. They did well to eventually ended up where they at 105 for 4 and set the target of 124 in 23 overs based on the rain delay. I thought towards the end they tried very hard. Unfortunately, had those early half chances been taken, it could have been a different ball game. More so the wicket of Bishop and or Jeremiah. but they did not take half chances, and they paid the price at the end of the day.
Yes,
We look for the scorecard.
and Bishop went on and made a 50, and where he showed that he was hitting that ball from the start very early. And just to recap a brief summary, Bishop, the main batsman there with the runs, along with Johan, who was kicked out for 49, and then you have the bowling for the Dominicans, Theophile, who got one, and two, sorry,
Two.
and one apiece to the other bowlers. But all in all, they played excellent cricket, I believe, the Dominicans. But the Grenadians, they
better than the
yes, yes.
We're just trying to get the scorecard organized from one of our scorers. Taking a little bit of a time to get it because we don't have all night here. Apparently we'll have to go without it. They're trying to organize it. 124 for 4 from 16.4 overs. Grenada winning the game by 4 wickets. On behalf of Colonel Morris, our technician, and the others around us, final scores: Dominica 105 for 4 from 30 overs. Grenada 124 for 4 from 16.5 overs. Grenada winning by 6 wickets. So on behalf of Stanley Hines, Colonel Morris, technician, cool Cumberland afternoon here at North Leeward and St. Vincent. And on Friday here at Cumberland, we're going to see Dominica and St. Lucia. And Grenada will play St. Vincent and Grenadines at Sion Hill. Both matches start 9:30 a.m. on Friday. So on behalf of all, it's good night.